Good morning, good morning. Let's remove our good morning. What is all of that? Good morning, guys. We are up, kind of, but we here, and we are. Where's my light switch? There we go. So we are waiting for. So we got day twos on this Tuesday. Okay. Wait, what happened? Please don't chat and drive. Please, please, please. What the heck is that? Okay. So, a couple of things. One, what else? Okay. Today, there's day two for two things on this here Tuesday. Okay. So we're in day two of this penalty phase. This is also day two of the jury selection for the boys. I don't want to keep calling them boys because they're grown ass men, but Sean Gathright, Isaiah Chance, Rashad and Davion Murphy, or the four co-defendants of Alicia Andrews in the unaliving of Charles Jones, aka Julio Fulio. So they're in day two of that. Trying to narrow down the jury. Then they got to make sure they're okay with final destination type things. And then they can get ready to start the trial. Now, they're not, again, expected to start any evidence until April 22nd or 23rd. And then, according to Judge Sisko, we should be done presenting evidence and with this case by like somewhere as early as May 9th. But she promised them before May 15th. So that's a little crazy, but it's so crazy also that Alicia Andrews will be finding out or could find out or will be arguing for a new trial on May 11th. So these guys could be ending their trial and she could be arguing for and possibly getting a new trial by the time they end their trial. Oh, Lord, that baby parents is in limbo. Lord, okay. So we're still in the middle of the Julio Fulio saga. Also on this Tuesday, while we are in day two for two other things, we are 2 days away, hopefully, two fingers crossed, that for hopefully Columbus, Ohio, to go ahead and pick a jury for the second trial that we have been waiting on now for going into a second year for disgraced murderer Meade, and that is the officer or former disgraced officer who turned his weapon on fully auto and put 5 in the back of Casey Goodson Jr. as he was walking into his house. Because he claims he pointed a popper at him as he was turning, making a left-hand turn onto a street from a turning lane during at an intersection, very busy intersection, and he was somehow, Now the craziest part about pointing that popper while you making a left-hand turn like that is that who you pointed it at wasn't the first car or the last. So why ain't nobody else see the popper? Now, we do know that Officer Meade disgraced officer, former Officer Meade is trying a new approach this time. He wants to be able to add self-defense to his defense for this particular trial. So get ready for a shit show. There's been a complete and absolute shit show the entire time for this. The entire time. We know it took a year for him to even be arrested for anything. He spent few hours, maybe a night in jail, if that, because his arraignment was like middle of the night. And even with his laundry list of laying hands on folks, I mean, he was so terrible, the corrections officers didn't even want him with them. He was so terrible that he has been put out or left or recommended away from every single department that has cameras or body worn camera. But magically, he get over here to this task force where ain't nobody watching him, and he's a stellar officer with a bunch of complaints. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Now, they still have not started for Mr. Demorris Hunter, so we are going to wait and see what that means. What else do we have? Oh, do y'all remember Ian? Y'all remember Ian Mitchum? Had that cold case out here in Arizona, out in Scottsdale, Arizona. And they saw his car some places and around the ATM around this woman's house, and his DNA was up in that house or on that door everywhere. Somebody trying to sneak out her house would have been, but she ain't never met this man before. Ian was found guilty. Remember his attorney said it was too crowded in the courtroom and the media was over here and stuff and seeing their computer, and they was like kicking us out. Then they took a break for like a month and all of that. Ian Mitchum was found guilty out here in Arizona the other day. I meant to tell y'all that. They found him guilty for that cold case for taking that woman out. Yep. And then, of course, we saw that Anna Kepner's. We knew that brother was a Chucky doll. We knew that brother was out of control when we heard that story about Anna on that cruise ship. We knew that boy was out of control. And my thing was the way that Anna was found was she was hidden. We know that, right? And so good and damn well anybody trying to hide something feels guilty. If you walk in the room, see somebody and they just gone, you lose your shit, you run off. If you really, really love them, you might try some CPR or something, but you calling somebody and you screaming your head off. You scream your head off. You do. Even if you don't. And even if you don't scream your head off, you are so shocked like a fawn, like deer in headlights. You don't do nothing. But you definitely don't wrap them up in a blanket, put them under the under the bed in the room, and put the life jackets all up around them to block them up under the bed. That's not part of the screaming your head off or deer in headlights. That's not part of help me. Okay. And I would like to know what happened to all the family pets and any other thing that boy has been around in his entire 16 years of living, because anybody at 16 who was being charged with first degree unaliving and SA prior to the unaliving, he done something to the family dog. Those types, baby, they've been new something was wrong with that boy. And that girl was 18. And he was tormenting her like that, even before that cruise. I hate that that's going to be federal, but I know it's going to be federal. And it's in Florida. Maybe somebody will go up in there and tell us what's happening. Or other kids in the family. Come on, say the thing. Tell the truth. Tell the truth and say the thing, because, yeah, something. Yeah, they just still haven't started yet. Okay. Other kids in the family, yeah, outside the immediate family, cousins, something. And they've decided to charge him as an adult, right? I think I read that somewhere last night. I also read last night that the bruising on Anna would have come from like one of these type of, how Melvin had Jody. That boy got some aggression. That boy got some aggression. Yeah, yeah. He's sick. He's sick. And I don't think, and I'm sure it's happened. I'm just saying, I don't think from a trial that I have personally watched, I don't know that I've seen a kid go into the feds. And he's not in custody. I did see that. But and that's another part of it, Miss T. Lee. I've been wondering, have I that was my thing last night. Have I seen a kid go to the feds? Now, usually in the county lockup, they usually have somewhere they keep the fed folk, right? They have a separate area until they can be figure out where they're going. There's usually an area. And then they also have a 16. He's 16. She was 18. And I know they have it because, like I told y'all, former life, long time ago, over a decade ago, I used to work a second job at a halfway house, and I worked in the federal part of the halfway house. Now, when there was a situation where there was federal and state, they couldn't be housed together. They had to be apart because they had very different rules. State folks could just be there on the sentence, but the federal folks were still considered inmates, so they couldn't be together. State folks could have a phone. Fed folks could have like a jitterbug, like it couldn't have no internet service, like just to dial. Like that's it. I don't know. I have to go back and look. I didn't have time yesterday because I've had 1,000 exciting things going on, projects and things of that nature, and getting ready for some things and then getting ready to support some people. Laura's driving. Tiffany, I need to know. I know you guys are doing something for Mariah, so I need to put in on that. Okay. And then, so let me not forget that. I meant to say that yesterday. Then what else was it? Something else I said was going. Hopefully we can figure out a few. Good morning, Paula. A few Twitch IDs because I am going to do the Julio Fulio saga on Twitch. Now I will do the Alicia Andrews hearing on both because I did the Alicia Andrews case or trial on YouTube. So, okay, just let me know. Okay. All the good news. So we have a few things coming up. The first thing is if y'all see or if y'all want to share, I know it's exclusive right now to Arizona, but that lady be having her stuff go out in different states. So a good friend of mine, and also my mentor for NCBW, master educator Paula Hutchison Johnson, soon to be Dr. Hutchison Johnson, has created a program called the Youth Empowerment Program geared towards literacy. Now, we know that literacy is a big deal in this country, and it's also a big deal here in Arizona. But her program has a magnification on grades. She works in middle school, right? And then she educates adults. But she has a program that is for grades, specifically right now targeting 7th through 9th because they're struggling the most. And, I'm always of the mind that Pop-Up always told me how you having a hard time in school and the answer right there in the book and they gave you the book. Pop-Up never understood that. He wasn't the best student himself, but he also understood that maybe it was not a real reason for him to be the best, not the best student. So when I had a 4.0, Pop-Up was like, yeah, you should. I'm proud of you. Keep looking. But that just meant you were searching for the answer. They gave you the book, the answer's there. How bad do you want it, right? But it's just like, I really believe, because y'all know I'm a nerd. I majored in biology. Then went into tech. I'm a nerd, okay? I have no problem with that. Big Unc, but Big Unc like to tear down and make computers and stuff like Big Unc's a nerd. We just look like this, okay? But I truly believe that all kids would absolutely love science, but I hear kids say they hate science and hate math. Those are my two favorite. But I also am a firm believer that if you don't understand what you're reading, you're not going to get that question. I don't care if it's math, if it's science, if it's hell donuts. If you don't know what you're reading, you ain't going to never understand what you're doing, right? So she has a literacy program, and that literacy program is not only launched, but it will be held in some schools here in Arizona. It is called the Youth Empowerment Program, and the launch for her Youth Empowerment Program is the official launch is Saturday. So I'll be going to that event. You also know my orientation for the National Coalition of 100 Black Women is also coming up. So that process is still going for me. We also have a few things going up. So y'all know Mo, everybody who's been here for a while, who was here during the crazy 10-day wedding and know my siblings, let Dom know, Dom's daughter. Yes, for those of you that know, Dom's daughter, my niece, I will not put her name on the internet, but my niece is actually, today is her birthday. She turned 15 today. So there's an update with the siblings. And then there's something else. I'm forgetting something. I can't remember. Move this out the way. What I have orientation coming up. I have induction coming up. We have, y'all know Mo. If y'all don't remember Mo is our resident veteran, aka go offer, aka protector, LaFonda. LaFonda will be graduating from Arizona State in October, so we are gearing up. I'm trying to get her to have a graduation party out here at my house, y'all. But LaFonda's gearing up for graduation. It's just a lot of like good stuff going on right now. It is very exciting. Come May 22nd, I won't have to be tussling with Denver or packing lunches, so we could always say yay for that. Okay. What else? They still have this at 6 a.m. and they ain't busted grape, did they? What else? My brother-in-law, big uncle's brother, he is, he popped the question, so they're planning a wedding. It's just a lot going on right now. And I don't know, it's something on YouTube that makes Ohio look like the best thing since sliced bread. I don't know if it's a gamer or what, but it's something. I got to go back and look. It's something that the boys, niece has Dom's whole face in that apple ass head, don't she? Sad part is when she was a baby, I called her apple head. Why am I saying what else? We need the good energy. Let me tell you something. If y'all want to laugh like crazy, I know the baby don't mean to be funny, but Mariah is hilarious. Mariah calling that nurse's mama a biker had me choking on Pepsi. Okay, I couldn't spit it out. It was coming down and coming up and said I was choking. She a biker. And listen, that was hilarious. Yes, it's been, me and Tiff, we call it, I know this is not, people don't always use this term the way that we do, but we call it body doubling when you sit on the phone with your friend or sibling or something and y'all sit and get some stuff done. So me and Tiff Ann was body doubling on Friday to get some things because what Pop-Up say, the condition of your things is the condition of your mind. So we was knocking them down and cleaning them up. I'm talking about everything. We are doing the ceiling fans, the big changed all the filters for me, so we cleaning everything out. We just doing everything that we can. And so me and Tiff Ann decided to get what's it called, the Roombas to do all the vacuuming and stuff. Baby, we both got our houses done, so we were so super excited. So I got to chill this weekend. My back was on fire, but we got to chill this weekend. Woke up in the house just exhale, but having me a good old time. Now, I don't know how we're going to do this because we know her social battery starts out on 50% once she leaves, that closes the door and locks it. That is Tiffany. But I don't think y'all understand how Tiffany loved Michael Jackson. Like, we had to find Tiffany, make sure that she was not driving, and she was closest to my house, so she had to come to my house in Columbus when Michael Jackson passed away. That child did not go to work for 2 days. She couldn't get it together. She was just crying and singing "You Were Not Alone," okay? So this movie coming out, okay, it's getting ready to be a big damn deal. Jafar better have done his biggest one for his uncle in this movie, okay? But I'm so ready to see it. What else? I'm just in a good mood. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of analyzing going on right now. There is a lot of I don't know, like my plate's not any less empty, but it don't feel that full. We going with it. She gonna lose her mind. Listen. Golly, why your car so loud? So good energy right now, okay? Good energy right now. We do have a lot of court coming up, but we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure it out. I got some stuff going on. We're gonna figure it out. What else do we have? We have your son. Listen, Tiffany, we had to pick her up, right? Because at the time where I lived, I had like one of those old school like chain link fences, and then you come in the fence, and then there was like a 2 steps and a walkway, and then it's like a few steps, then my porch. Tiffany got to the steps to come up to the porch. Mind you, it was probably like 4 or 5 of them, and it just fell out. They would get her up, and she was just falling out on the porch, fell out the living room. And then she was like, "It's not true. It's not true. It can't be true. It can't be true." And so, live as it was happening and people were getting to the house, the ambulance had got to the house, the news was there. And she's like, "It's not true. They finna bring him out. They finna bring him out." And when they brought him out, right? Remember, they didn't pronounce him at the house. They took him to the hospital. That was it. That made it so much worse for Tiffany because she felt like they were working on him and he just had to make it, right? Of course, we didn't understand the severity of what he had in his system and for how long. I still don't believe that man woke up, gave himself some more, and went back to sleep. I'm still never going to have to cut Dr. Conrad, going to have to come up with a better thing than that. He got to tell the right story. But after that, Tiffany was like, "He'll be fine. He'll be fine. He'll be fine." And when they announced that Tiffany was grabbing her keys to leave a little bit later to go home, and they announced that he was no longer here, and she lost every piece of her mind, okay? Every time I go back and watch, what was that? Why Did I Get Married? That's the one with Janet Jackson, right? And they talk about how this was the second one. Yeah, the second Why Did I Get Married? When Janet smashed up Gavin stuff with that golf club. Janet told the story that she had got the call that her brother was gone right before that scene. And she went ahead and filmed that scene after getting the call that he was gone. And now when I watch that movie, because I do watch it a lot because I really feel like Tiffany act like Angela sometimes, I really see it. Because I'm not saying she's not great, but she wasn't that good of an actress now. Poetic justice is my shit. Janet does what she does, right? It does not give what I see when other folks. I won't name nobody, but there's another rapper, in barbershop. She didn't really do that good, and I ain't talking about Eve. But sometimes it just doesn't give actress. It gives this is how you act every day, so it's working with these other seasoned actors because your part is you or how you act. But yeah. Yeah. Uh, I was like, that was what did Janet dig? Like, what did she dig deep down into to do that? And then when you hear the story that she got the call that her brother, she knew something was wrong with her brother. They continued filming. She was going to go afterwards, and then she got the call that he wasn't here anymore. And then she went and tore that house up. Yep. Every time I watch that movie now, I see it. I can see it. Good morning. Good morning. I don't know what they got going on today, guys, but they still have not started. They still have not started. I need some coffee. She was finna take her mother-in-law out. Y'all see that? I don't know nothing about this case. On trial for the popping death of her son-in-law. Prosecutors allege that Gris was part of a broader conspiracy with her children, Kevin Ellis and Catherine Rastelli, to lure Matthew to the residence and orchestrate the unaliving. She is charged with M, conspiracy to commit; M, obstruction of justice, domestic violence in the presence of a child. Her co-defendants have already been convicted or pled guilty. And her co-defendants will be her children. Wait. A broader conspiracy with her children. Kevin Ellis and Catherine Rastelli. The fuck? Hold on. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. Did I spell that right? Rastelli. Ooh-wee. Kevin Ellis was convicted of first-degree felony M, obstruction of justice, and domestic violence in the presence of a child, but was not convicted of the conspiracy. The jury acquitted him of the conspiracy. I have not seen any of these trials. They're saying that Kevin is the one who popped his brother-in-law on July 12th of 2024 after the victim was lured. Is this the one where they called the? Wait a minute. Hold on. Is this the one where they was talking to? They knew of the. Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay. Prosecutors proved the killing was planned, not self-defense, despite his claim. Gave him 15 to life. Total time is effectively decades in prison. Okay. Catherine. She pled guilty to M, conspiracy to commit, and felony discharge of a firearm. Lured her husband to Utah under the. This is the one where he had to like get gas money and borrow a car. Is that what this one is? And then the mama said she looked up Donna. Is that who this? What's this one? This ain't the one. This ain't the people that looked up Donna, is it, y'all? I gotta give me some coffee. Okay, this is not the one where they looked them up. Okay. Okay. But they do come up in discussion. So, Miss T. Lee, it might be what you just said. But do y'all remember there was another family? I think they've already been convicted though, or at least they had their preliminary. Where was another family where they did the same thing where they lured him over to the house and he had to his car wasn't working right and he was just really coming thinking he was coming to get his damn family. Oh we. All right, guys. We might watch that. That's in Utah.
When you say feeling safer or whatever, I'm gonna be safe wherever I go. So I'm gonna be safe whatever. You say
Safe there.
yeah, so when I come out here, it's the same, you know. No.
What about the neighborhood where you live? Have any fear about going around town in different places and
Really?
responsible for taking care of yourself, and you needed to know how to defend yourself? How about Mr. Hunter? Was he the same way?
Yeah, everybody's.
All right, I guess they started, y'all. Oh, go to the beginning. Why don't you want to go to the beginning though?
Have any fear about going around town in different places and
No, really. I mean, no matter where I go, it's gonna be the same, you know. When I come out here, it's the same, you know. No.
what about the neighborhood where you lived? Did you all feel safe there?
Oh, yeah, it's our neighborhood. You know,
Well, I mean, you can live in a good one, or you live in a bad one.
I'm a man, so wherever I go, I'm gonna be a man. So when you say feeling safer or whatever, I'm gonna be safe wherever I go, so I'm gonna take care of myself. That's where I'm going.
Look, I'll be honest with you. I'm not sure I have the same level of confidence about going just anywhere.
Yeah.
Did you, when you were growing up there, did you feel like you were responsible for taking care of yourself, and you needed to know how to defend yourself?
Yeah,
How about Mr. Hunter? Was he the same way?
yeah, everybody's, you know, I mean, we grew up where it's tough everywhere. So, I mean, that was life. Just,
Well, that's what I'm trying
I can't explain it, but
that's what I'm trying to find out, right?
Yeah,
I mean, what was life like in your neighborhood? Was it?
to me, it was normal.
Yeah.
So
Well,
when you say what was life like, it was everything in life is normal. I mean,
Sure.
if you there in it or wherever you're at, it's the time you in.
Were you aware of like violence in your neighborhood, people getting shot, or?
I mean, to me, that's everywhere. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't.
It's not, as it turns out, but.
Yeah. To me, I mean,
Yeah.
life is like, yeah, people got shot. I mean, if I come out here, somebody got shot. So, yeah. I mean,
Were you yourself ever the victim of violence?
Yes, I was.
What was that about?
They was trying to shoot somebody I knew, and I was there. You know, yeah, I was a victim of violence.
You got shot?
I got shot. I've been shot. 89.
Let me ask you a question while we're at this. Have you yourself ever been convicted of a felony?
No.
No.
Never.
Your mom, I noticed that when she was sworn, she did not swear. She affirmed.
No.
Is that because of your parents' religious beliefs?
Yeah.
Were they particularly conservative Christian?
There's Christians. Yeah.
And so were you raised in a household where alcohol was forbidden, let's say?
Yeah. Smoking, all that.
Smoke, none of that.
No.
So you never picked up any of those vices?
No, I didn't see no reason to.
And I can understand that. It doesn't stop us from doing it sometimes.
Yeah,
So you never drank alcohol. You never drank.
I can say I never drink alcohol. Now I'm grown, but
Sure.
growing up, definitely no. I was raised with no smoking, no drinking. So I'm grown. Yeah, I had a drink now.
No drugs?
I'm grown. No drugs. Definitely
Right.
no drugs.
How
I
about-
didn't see need drugs.
Yeah. How about Demorris? What do you know about his household, the household that he grew up in?
I mean, from what I've seen.
Well, yeah, of course, from what you've seen.
Yeah, whatever I've seen. His mom was like my mom, you know, we was kids, so, and we was raised to respect elders, so it's different times. I mean, that, like we was kids, we didn't have the right to be like grown folks, now kids today.
Sure.
We had to abide by rules, you know what I mean, and respect each other's house. So his mom was beautiful, his dad was cool with me. His mom sent me to school. And I'm like, out of all the kids, she said, you go to school for me, Sean. You know, I have to go get the cornbread or whatever, you know. It's normal stuff, so.
Well, I guess what I was asking was, did he grow up in a household where, you know, alcohol and tobacco and that sort of thing was forbidden, as far as you know?
I mean, I can't really say what was in his house, but I never seen his mom smoke. I never seen his dad really just drink or anything. In my memory, I can't really say his dad was drinking or smoke. So
Okay. So while the two of you were growing up, would you say that you were good friends?
yeah, I'm sorry.
And did you at that time know Demorris to be, you know, violent or dangerous or a person who sought out conflict?
No, never. Demorris never go looking for trouble. I can tell you that personally. Never. You know. Now, if you bother me, yeah, I mean, we're gonna defend ourselves. That's how we do it.
That's how you both were raised.
Yeah, I mean, in our neighborhood, we don't go looking for trouble, but you know, people in the neighborhood, if they bother you, you're gonna protect yourself. I said that.
Right. Now, both of your parents talked about Demorris coming over
Yeah.
their house.
Right.
Was that a pretty regular thing?
Yeah, I mean, he's from the neighborhood, he came to the house, he's like family, so yeah.
Well, both your parents said that at some point he started referring to your parents as mom
You
and
know, my
pop.
mom just like I love my mom. My mom loved him just like my mom and dad loved him like a brother. He's like a brother. You know what I mean? So respectful, because if he wasn't respectful, he wouldn't come to my mom's house. Period.
Yeah, that came across from your
Yeah,
dad.
and my dad didn't play.
Your dad.
And my dad liked straight shooting, and he was a straight shooter. So that's, as far as I'm concerned, you know, that's what it is.
No, I don't know what the heck happened, but he's very talkative. Very.
Is it fair to say that by this time, and I guess we're talking about the early '80s or so,
Right.
that drugs were in your neighborhood and it was becoming more violent?
Yeah.
And you had to be vigilant to take care of yourself and defend yourself?
I mean, that's from ground up, from kindergarten, you know what I mean, to right now. So yeah,
Sure.
I would say that.
So he was out of your life for a number of years.
When you went to jail,
Do you remember how long it was?
probably 15, something like that. 15.
Did
But we
you,
always stay in contact, like, you know.
stay in contact with him when he was locked up?
Yeah, oh, to this day, oh.
And did you see him when he got out?
Yeah, what's that?
What was the first time you saw him after he was released?
I picked him up when he got released.
Picked him up from
I
prison?
picked him up from prison. Yeah. And took him to his grandmother. And his dad was there. His dad didn't even know he was released. He was shocked. His dad answered the door. And matter of fact, he was like, hey, you know, yeah, so yeah.
He would have been in his 30s by then?
Yeah, I said he was 30s. I had a family by then, you know. So, yeah.
You had already got married, started having children?
Kids, yeah.
Tell me a little bit about that. Like, how long have you been married?
36 years.
You got a long ways to go to beat your folks.
Yeah.
And how many kids?
I got 2 kids, 3 foster kids.
Really? I don't think you'd ever told me.
Yeah.
3, okay. When Mr. Hunter got out of prison and you went and picked him up, took him to his folks' house, did he go to visit your folks at any time?
Yeah. We visit his folks. We visit my parents, you know what I mean? Yeah.
And did your parents change anything about the way that they treated him?
No, he family to us, so he came in, everybody greeted him like, you know.
Was anybody, anybody hesitant about bringing someone who had gone to prison for violent crimes
No, they don't even see
in their midst?
I mean, no, even my kids to this day, they don't see me like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
You saw a different side of him?
Yeah, different side. I mean, from what they say of him and what we know of, what I know of him, it's like 2 different people.
Now, at some point, he moved away from Oakland, California.
When you say some point,
Well, I don't want to put words in your mouth in terms of what years that would have happened, but I'm saying at some point after he got back from prison, and now obviously
yeah,
he moved away from Oakland, California. Did you still keep in contact with him then?
yeah, pretty much.
Were you living in Oakland still, or did you at some point move away from Oakland?
I moved away from Oakland.
Where'd you move
I
to?
first I moved to Concord, then I moved to India.
First you moved to?
Yeah, first, when I left Oakland, I moved to Concord.
I'm sorry, could you spell that for the court reporter?
Concord, C-O-N-D-E-R.
Condor. Condor, okay, I'm sorry. I've never heard that one before.
Yeah.
You moved to Condor, and then you moved to
Then I moved to Pittsburgh. I bought a house in Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh,
California?
Pittsburgh, California.
Never heard of that either.
All right.
Okay.
Then from there, I bought a house in Pittsburgh. Then I bought a house in India.
In Antioch,
Yeah, India.
like from the Old Testament?
Yeah,
Okay, and that's where you live now?
that's what I live in.
And that's in California too?
That's all in California.
Obviously, you know about why we're here
Yeah.
and the charges that have been leveled against Mr. Hunter and the conviction that he stands under right now, which is why we asked you to come today and did you ever change your mind about the kind of man that you perceive Mr. Hunter to be?
I mean, it's hard to say because I never seen what y'all saying about him. You know what I mean?
Right.
And what I read is, it's kind of hard because he's my friend, you know what I mean? So I'm a real friend, you know what I mean? I can't judge him off what he did. I wasn't there for one, so I don't even know if he did or not. So he's still my friend regardless, you know? So, yeah, it's hard.
Do you continue to love him as a brother?
Yeah.
And that's why you made this trip
Right,
out here
right.
to let the jury know.
I mean, how can that'd be like being a fake friend, you know what I mean? Like everybody, I mean, life, we all go through something, you know what I mean? So to me, he's my friend. So bad, little bad. I mean, I can't judge him. I'm not God or nothing. So that's why I'm at. I mean, I feel, you know, from what's going on, whatever, I feel sad for everybody. I think it's all a loss on both sides, you know what I mean? So that's really how I feel, you know what I mean?
Well, you know, sometimes we hear about things that people have done
Yeah.
and we personally feel betrayed,
Yeah.
or we feel like they've not been honest with us,
Yeah.
or did you ever?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Like I was saying, sometimes, you know, things happen and we end up changing our mind about what we thought about a person. Has that happened to you about Mr. Hunter?
No.
You still think he's the same person you've always known?
I mean, he always been straight with me, you know what I mean? Like,
Was he always reliable with you?
always.
Was always somebody
So that's, yeah,
that
it counts a
you-
lot, yeah,
that you could count on?
yeah.
Like if you had ever, you know, been threatened or felt that you needed help, was he somebody that you could rely on to do that for you?
I mean, I never rely on anybody if I'm in threat. I'm a man's man, you know what I mean? I mean, me and him always been straight up for, you know what I mean? We got a connection there. He's a real dude, I'm a real dude, you know what I mean? So,
Yes, sir.
I mean, situation is bad now, but he's been good to me, and I've been good to him, so. I mean, there's nothing I can say that, you know, yeah, I mean, the situation is bad, so you got to, you know, balance that, but, I mean, that's as far as I can express myself now. You know?
That's fine.
You know.
That's fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander. I have no further questions on this witness.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
We have no questions for this witness. Mr. Alexander, thank you for coming, sir.
Thank you, sir. You are free to go. Defense, you may call your next witness.
You are called Demorris Hunter.
And please raise your right hand and be sworn. Please solemnly swear to affirm any testimony you shall give shall be the truth, and the truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, ma'am. You can be seated. Ma'am, could you tell me your name and spell your first name for the court reporter, please?
Demorris Hunter, D-O-P-A-D-R-R-I-S.
Thank you. Mr. Self, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please, the court. Ms. Hunter, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how old you are
25,
and where do you currently live?
Oakland, California.
And how are you related to Demorris Hunter?
That's my father.
And you don't have any memories of your father outside of the times that he's been in jail, correct? And you have a daughter.
Yes.
How old is she?
She's 6.
And what's her name?
Elaine Marie.
And do you have any recollections of visiting your father when he was in jail in California?
I was like 4 or 5 the last time I seen my father.
do you continue to have a relationship with him while he's in jail via correspondence or calls or card?
From us. And I will see you back in about 15 minutes. You may be seated. Ms. Ferrero, your client does not intend to testify during the Hunter case.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hunter, I just need to make sure that you understand that you have the right to testify. I know we've had this conversation before. Could I have you raise your right hand and be sworn, please, sir?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Sir, could you tell me your name? And Mr. Hunter, your attorney has indicated that you do not intend to testify during this penalty phase. Do you understand that you have the absolute right to testify if you wish to do so?
Yes.
And you have the absolute right not to testify if that is what you want? Right. And is it
You should say something. Okay, we've switched it over to the 5G. I don't know how this banner came back up. Okay, it's just doing what it want to do. The feed is acting crazy right now. At this point, you're gonna have to say something. Maybe not to give them a reason to give you guilty or not to give guilt, but you've already been found guilty. I think you should say something too. Because you're already serving 110 years. So yeah, the best thing to do if you could open your mouth and get something between a LWAP and a goodbye Charlie. I mean, you need to say something. He probably going to appeal. The sad part is when you appeal or you have some additional information or additional, all those lights are probably making it worse over here. Okay. Or we can do that. Turn it down. There we go. It's like you can't hope for like this appeal situation. In my case, like the best thing ever would be for some new information to come to light that is so compelling. Like, but like what would be more compelling than additional DNA or something of that nature? And like they didn't take anybody else's DNA but his. So
Mr. Hunter, have you had an opportunity to talk to your attorneys about your decision?
Yes,
All right, what is your decision?
I'm gonna pass this up,
So you're not going to testify?
no.
All right, thank you, sir. Let's give the jury the lunch order forms and let them start ordering lunch. Any changes to the jury instructions before I print them?
No, Your Honor.
All
Not
right.
from the defense.
No, Your Honor.
And it would be my intention to just read these straight through after closing argument rather than before. All right. Then it's going to take them at least 10 minutes to order lunch. So why don't you gather your thoughts for about 10 minutes and we'll come back and begin closing argument.
Your Honor, before we break, would the court mind inquiring of the defendant? There were several witnesses that have been listed that obviously for strategic reasons the defense has chosen not to call. Would the court mind inquiring of the defendant if he's spoken with his defense counsel about those decisions and not calling those witnesses?
All right. Mr. Rivera, were there witnesses that were listed that were not ultimately called?
Yes, Your Honor. Most specifically,
big.
witnesses in regard to Mr.
Let it out.
Hunter's
I'll be
mental health,
never felt like I was guilty. I never
and
did this. I never
you know,
did.
we evaluated the testimony of those
Already on
witnesses
the run for one
and
thing.
their the potential downsides, what sort of rebuttal could be expected, seeing as some of them were deposed,
Yo, I get
as
it.
well as reviewing the, you know, we, as the court is aware, we had a previous competency hearing for Mr. Hunter about a year and a half ago.
Hammy made
Which I was present, and ultimately it was our joint decision as a team that that would not be, it would not be productive, it would not be valuable for Mr. Hunter to proceed with that defense, given several liabilities, which I would rather not put on the record.
All right. Mr. Hunter, did you have those discussions with your defense team with regard to calling those witnesses?
I'm discussing it now.
All right, I'll give you a few minutes while I go copy jury instructions and we'll come back and address it. So we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Speaking of competency, So, I don't know if y'all have heard of this case. Y'all may not have. I know about it because, again, my Facebook is from 20 some odd years ago. So it's rooted, deeply rooted, all the way rooted in Columbus, Ohio. But back in 2024, there was a big thing. A family that I know of, they were on Facebook asking for prayers. Everybody help, please. In regards to a 5-year-old boy by the name of Darnell Taylor. I know a lot of Taylors who was missing. So they're all over Facebook looking for Darnell, cannot find him. They end up putting out an Amber Alert for him and his foster mother, a woman by the name of Pammy May. Now, what ends up happening is there's an Amber Alert put out for Pammy May and Darnell because Pammy May's husband claimed that he saw Darnell no longer with us, right? Said the 5-year-old was gone. Okay. And when he saw that the 5-year-old was possibly gone or didn't look quite right, he approached his wife and his wife took the baby and took off. Right. So he calls 911 and say, I think something wrong with the baby, but she done took off with the baby. I don't know what's going on. Find this baby. So not only does this Amber Alert happen, but then the baby's actual biological family gets on Facebook and starts pounding the pavement about this woman. So she actually took off and headed. Did she go to Cleveland? But she took off across Ohio. She was like playing games. They couldn't find her. I think they found her and then didn't find the little boy. And so what ends up happening is it comes out when they end up finding him, he was indeed unalived. They charge her with aggravated kidnapping, tampering with evidence, and the abuse of a corpse because she took him while he was unalived. And then it came out that she allegedly suffocated this baby because he was eating in bed or something like that. Crumbs in the bed or something crazy like that. So they go and do they catch her, they find the baby, the biological family is going crazy, the foster father is going crazy. It was just a big mess and it was all unfolding live on TV. They end up taking her in back then and she was thought to be crazy. Okay. They just figured she was crazy. But as of yesterday, I saw yesterday that they have determined that she is competent to stand trial for that 5-year-old. So after about 2 or 3 competency hearings, she's going to court. All right. Oh, 7:07. 1 second. Let me get my coffee.
Hunter, have you had an opportunity to have a final discussion with your attorneys with regard to the witnesses that were not called in this case?
Yes.
And are you satisfied with the decisions that have been made with regard to not calling those witnesses?
No, I'm not satisfied, but I understand.
All right, tell me why you're not
I'm
satisfied.
not satisfied by a whole lot of stuff. We're here to move forward.
All right.
We're here to move forward.
Do you understand the reasons that the attorneys have strategically decided not to call the witnesses?
Some points.
All right, and do you disagree with other points?
We're gonna move forward, so I'm not the whole court process of what's going on in court right now. I know, things is not as I perceive, as I see it. It's realities in front of me right now, but, yeah, okay, we're gonna move forward.
All right, good enough. Let's,
It's still coming up,
they're still filling out the lunch order form, so as soon as they're done with that, we will begin with closing arguments, and I believe the state gets one shot, the defense gets one shot, and then I read the instructions.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
I just have a question. Let me use the,
Jury's entering.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the state and the defense have now rested their penalty phase cases. The attorneys will now present their closing arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They're intended to aid you in understanding the case. Mr. Buxton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please, court, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't start my closing argument by telling you good morning, because it's never a good morning when the state of Florida has to stand in front of a jury and ask that jury to recommend a sentence of death on a fellow citizen for a crime he committed. But that's exactly what I'm going to be asking you to do. Sometimes people are required to make hard choices, and though the choice is hard, it is the correct one. And that decision and that choice should be made based on the facts and law of the case.
Real quick, guys. I'm still stuck on it. Do y'all think he should have said something? I understand that it can affect his appeal, but even if he appeals this, he's still got 110 years. Like, I don't know. I'm torn. He said nothing for himself. I'd be screaming from the mountaintop. Somebody would have to shut me up, or they'd probably take me out of there. Like, I would be probably pulling the shenanigans mixed with Shabusiness and Vander Ark. I don't know. I don't know. Did those witnesses do anything for you? Let me know.
Circumstances surrounding the case. The facts and law are what dictate justice. It is those things that make our justice system work, and that's what makes the justice system uniform and not the product of one person's whim or emotion. But rather, justice is the product of a careful analysis of facts and circumstances and how those facts and circumstances fit into the laws that we have all agreed to live by. You heard some people in jury selection say, look, I don't care what the evidence says. Me personally, I cannot vote for the death penalty. And that's okay. I respect those people's honesty and their integrity, because if they hid that information from the parties, this system would not have been fair. This trial would not have been fair. Each of you swore that if you felt the aggravating factors outweighed the mitigating circumstances, and you felt that that penalty was appropriate, that you could in fact vote for the death penalty. We are asking you as the state of Florida to do just that, because the facts and the circumstances and the law support the death penalty as the appropriate sentence in this case. The easiest decision might be to go back in the deliberation room after we're all done and say, look, let's just give this guy life and go home. But ask yourself, is that justice based on the facts and circumstances of this case? Is that justice based on what the defendant did, the jury's agreed? Is that justice considering that the defendant has already been convicted of another first-degree premeditated murder? As I said, sometimes the right decision is not the easy one. The instructions that the judge is going to read to you in a few minutes, and you've heard very similar instructions when we were doing jury selection, but they're going to give you a detailed process that allows you to go step by step using the evidence, reason, and logic to reach your conclusion.
Not very hopeful.
I expect the defense will tell you this several times, and while it is true that your decision as to the proper sentence in this case is an individual determination by each of you, I don't want anybody to think that that means you're not supposed to go back to the deliberation room and actually deliberate. The law requires you to talk and deliberate and discuss the evidence with each other. Our jury system is so wonderful because we bring people from different backgrounds, different upbringings, different lives, different things that you experience throughout your life, and we put you together to talk about and resolve important matters. And it is that discussion and that exchange of ideas and opinions and interpretations of the evidence that makes the ultimate decision well-reasoned and well-informed. It's the willingness to listen with an open mind to other people's opinions and interpretations of things that you may not have thought of that makes the decision well-reasoned and well-informed. So I ask that when you go back to the deliberation room, that you discuss the facts and circumstances of the case. Discuss the aggravating factors that you've heard and the mitigating circumstances. Talk about it amongst yourselves. And after each person has had a chance to discuss their opinions and tell each other what you think, only then take a vote and start marking up the verdict forms. That process is what makes the ultimate decision in this case well-reasoned and fully informed. I want to talk to you a little bit about the mitigation that's been presented to you over the past couple of days. And much of that testimony is about the defendant's background, his upbringing when he was a young man. Anytime somebody commits a crime or multiple crimes, it not only affects the defendant and the defendant's family, the victim's family, but also those people who knew the defendant. And these witnesses presented by the defense have come in not because of their choice, because of that man's choices. Listening to their testimony over the past several days, it sometimes may become easy to put in the back burner or forget about what really brings us here, and that is the murder, the heinous, atrocious, cruel murder that this man committed on Teresa Green. That's why we're here. I ask each of you in jury selection to promise me that you would and could meaningfully consider any and all mitigating evidence presented to you. And you all said you would. And I asked you to do that. I asked you again to go back, discuss the mitigation, talk about it, reflect on it, meaningfully consider it. But I submit to you that when you do that, the mitigating evidence that has been presented to you deserves no weight. The defense's mitigation consists primarily of friends and family members of the defendant, some who have had really no contact or limited contact with the defendant for over 40 years, coming in and telling you when they knew him, the person they knew years ago, he was a good guy. Those people seem like very nice people. There's no question about that. You heard from Sherman Alexander this morning, 3 foster kids, 2 of his own children, he's doing well in life. And some of those witnesses, especially the longs yesterday, it was difficult to listen because they became teary-eyed. They became upset because their loved one, no one wants to see their loved one in this position. But again, they are not here because of your choice or their choice. They're here because of Mr. Hunter's choices. Not only his decision to murder Teresa Green, but his decisions that he's made throughout his life to hurt other people as well. Some people that you heard, some of the mitigation witnesses you heard, knew him 40 years ago and had limited conversations with him, limited interactions, if any interaction. When he was over at the Alexander's house as a kid, you heard that he was respectful. He acted right. He followed the rules. So we know he can follow the rules. He can be respectful. He can do what people do if he chooses to do so. Sherman Alexander was raised in the same neighborhood as the defendant. Sherman Alexander has no felony convictions. Sherman Alexander hasn't killed 3 people. Sherman Alexander was raised in a similar household. He said, look, his parents, the defendant's parents, were similar to my parents. Sherman Alexander still supports his friend. He is a true friend, and regardless of what the defendant has done in his past and done in this case, Sherman Alexander still supports him like a friend probably should. Some people said the defendant, when he was young, was nice, was funny, was respectful. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, being nice does not mean that a life sentence is appropriate. Being nice when he was a teenager to an elder does not mean that a life sentence is appropriate in this case. I believe one of the Longs said yesterday that he took care of his daughter, that she watched the child when the defendant went and got Pampers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, that's what a parent does. That's what every parent should do and is legally obligated to do. Because the defendant did what a parent should do for his own child does not mean a life sentence in this case is appropriate. It is interesting that I don't think any witness knew about the defendant's prior violent criminal history. They may have known he was in prison and he did something bad, but none of them knew any of the details. The person they may have known 40 years ago is clearly not the man that this man has become. They clearly did not know the true side of the defendant, the violent side, the side that time and time and time again chose to hurt people. They knew the person that the defendant chose to show them. They knew the person that the defendant was as a child. Alfred Costa testified yesterday that the defendant came and lived with him in Houston, lived with his house, and then he moved into Alfred Costa's grandmother's house. Mr. Costa didn't know that the reason he went to Houston was because he was fleeing because he murdered Aurora Huntley in California and then murdered Teresa Green here in Orlando. Mr. Costa did not know that the defendant was a fugitive of justice from 2 murders. The witness's knowledge and impressions of the defendant are at best incomplete. Ask yourself, how much weight do you give their testimony and their opinions and their impressions of the defendant, especially when they're based on their impressions, really about 40 years ago, especially when their opinions and their impressions are based on half the story, not the story of the defendant's criminal acts. Simply because there are some people in the defendant's life who, again, based on decade-old impressions, say they love him, does not mean the death penalty is not warranted in this case. Everyone can find somebody in their past to come in and say, when I knew him, he was a great guy, I love him. That doesn't mean the death penalty is not the appropriate punishment here. The witnesses that have testified didn't know the details of his prior crimes. They didn't know the details about how he killed 2 people before killing Teresa Green and how he hurt 3 others by shooting them. They didn't know about the pain that he has caused other families because of his choices and his decisions. If they did, you think they would have said the same thing about the defendant. I think their impressions may be different. There's no doubt the defendant has people who love him, but it is also clear that the defendant's history of choices that he has made not only hurt his own family members, but also the friends and family members of the people that he has hurt, like the governors, like Octavius Hayes, the son of Teresa Green. I stress in jury selection, please go back and consider this mitigation. Please do. After you do it, I submit to you that the mitigation presented by the defense and the opinions of these friends and family members, many of whom are really uninformed about the defendant's true character, should be given no weight at all. I want to shift gears and talk about the aggravating factors that the state has presented. Like we talked about in jury selection, and like the judge will read you, aggravating factors are factors that increase the gravity of the crime or the harm to the victim. They are factors that make this first-degree murder of Teresa Green more egregious than other first-degree murders. The state only has to prove one aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt for the death penalty to be an appropriate sentence. Here the state has presented 2. Your first decision is going to be to determine if the state has proven those aggravating factors to you beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that the state has proven an aggravating factor, that factor then goes on your weighing scales to determine what the proper punishment should be. First aggravating factor the state has presented to you is that the murder of Teresa Green was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. And this addresses from the victim's perspective, from Teresa Green's perspective. And notice the word or. Mr. Nunley told you in an opening statement that it is not and. The state doesn't have to prove that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel. It's or. So if the state has proven any of those 3 modifiers, then that has been proven. I submit to you the evidence in this case has proven all three. This aggravating factor, again, focuses on the victim's perspective, how she was feeling, the pain and suffering that she endured before she eventually died. The judge will tell you that heinous means extremely wicked or shockingly atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even enjoyment of the suffering of others. Kind of crime intended to be included as especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel is one accompanied by additional acts that show that the crime was conscienceless, pitiless, and was unnecessarily torturous to Teresa Green. For this aggravating factor to apply, the state has to prove that the victim at the time that she was being killed was conscious. Because if she was unconscious, she would not be aware of what was happening to her. She wouldn't be experiencing any kind of pain and suffering because she's unconscious. So what evidence do we have to show that Ms. Green was in fact conscious at the time the defendant was murdering her, was strangling her? Obviously, and I expect the defense may point this out, there was no witness who came in here and said, look, I was there, I saw the defendant strangling her, and the victim was aware he was conscious. Why? Because people don't strangle other people in front of witnesses. That's why you have to look at the facts and look at the circumstances about, as far as the case, and the circumstances surrounding how this murder occurred. So how do we know she was conscious at the time she was being strangled? Well, we know from both medical examiners, both Dr. Arden and Dr. Utz. Remember, Dr. Arden was the defense, the medical examiner of the defense called. Dr. Utz was the medical examiner of the state called. Both of them said that in their review of the autopsy documents and records, they saw no evidence whatsoever of any kind of a skull fracture, no evidence of brain trauma, a brain bleed, anything like that. Nothing to indicate or to suggest or that would cause her to fall into unconsciousness like you would if you fractured your skull. The autopsy would have showed that, and there was no evidence of that. So there's no indication or no reason to think that she was not conscious. Her blood alcohol level was about a 0.28. Again, we know from the testimony of the medical examiners that that number is likely artificially inflated. Why? Because she was undergoing decomposition. And during the decomposition process, we know that the bacteria in the body cause fermentation and cause alcohol to be produced. How much? We don't know. That is undetermined. But witnesses said she was impaired. But keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, when her and the defendant tumbled down those stairs that night in that hallway, testimony of three witnesses, Joseph Butler, Joyce Butler, and Lisa Moore, all told you when she got to the bottom of the stairs, she stood up and she walked up that flight of stairs, step by step. No one had said that they had to carry her or she was so impaired or so out of it they had to pick her up and drag her up the stairs. She walked up there on her own. So ask yourself, how truly impaired was she? And I submit to you that even if she was impaired, when the defendant has his hands wrapped around her neck, that fear, that adrenaline is going to take over. That basic animal instinct of flight or fight is going to take over. She's going to be fully aware of what happened. We also presented to you some physical evidence to show that she was conscious when she walked into that apartment with the Demorris knife. You heard about the watch that was found. The watch with the defendant's DNA was found on the ground, and Octavius Hayes picked it up and put it in the bathroom counter. You heard that watch was broken. If she would have walked into that apartment, fallen onto the bed, into unconsciousness, why would that watch be broken? We know that the band wasn't broken when she fell down the stairs because it was still on her wrist and it ended up being in her apartment. No one said they saw her pick up this broken watch. It's broken inside the house. That is indicative of a struggle. That is indicative of Ms. Green being conscious and being aware during a struggle. We also have evidence of that hole in the wall that Octavius said wasn't there earlier. Again, that is evidence of a confrontation or altercation inside that apartment after they entered that apartment. If she would have walked into that apartment, fell onto the mattress, fell into unconsciousness, why would that hole in the wall? hole in the wall is because there was an altercation, which showed she was aware and conscious. There could be an argument, maybe she walked in there and she was so drunk she fell into the wall and caused that hole to happen. Well, if that were the case, and that's all that we have, don't you think the defendant would have maybe called 911 or called for help if she was that bad off and fell into the wall? We know that didn't happen. And to believe that happened, you have to ignore all of the evidence of the strangulation, the hemorrhage, and the highway bill that we've all been heard so much about. The evidence on her neck. Which brings me to the physical evidence on her body. The injuries to her neck show that she was conscious during the strangulation process. She was conscious when the defendant had his hands wrapped around her neck and was squeezing the life out of her. Dr. Utz, the defense I'm sure will point this out to you as well. Dr. Utz said, look, I can't tell you with any possible doubt whatsoever that those are fingernail marks, but they sure look like fingernail marks to me. And you have to, again, look at the facts and the circumstances surrounding this case to determine what causes those marks. When you do that, the only reasonable interpretation is these marks were caused by fingernails. Look where they are. They're in the exact place where they would be on her neck if he has his hands around her neck, squeezing. Can we tell you, can Dr. Utz tell you, are those fingernail marks from the defendant or from the victim? We don't know. But in either scenario, the presence of those marks and how they appear show that she was conscious and she was aware of what was happening when she was being strangled by that man. They're not just 4 marks in a row, 4 simple marks. If she was unconscious and the defendant decided to then strangle her to death, she's not. If she's conscious, she's not resisting. If she's unconscious, you squeeze, you hold, you squeeze until she's dead. Here, we see chaotic pattern of marks. We see multiple marks in different locations. What does that indicate? It indicates that he is squeezing and releasing and squeezing and releasing and moving his grip around to cause these additional marks. Why? Because she's conscious, because she's aware, and because she's fighting and struggling and thrashing. If they're from the defendant's fingernails, that is why there are so many different marks in different locations, because he's repositioning as she's struggling and squeezing out. If these marks were from the victim's fingernails, well, we clearly then, it's obvious that she would be aware and conscious, because what she would be doing is reaching around her neck, trying to fit her fingers between his hands and his fingers around in her neck, to try to pull his hands off of her neck, to try to stop the strangulation from happening. And in that process, she is causing those marks on her own neck. And you saw they're on both sides. She's trying her best to pull his hands away from her neck over and over again until she's no longer able. That's why there are multiple sets of marks like that. So regardless of whether these marks are caused by the defendant's nails or the victim's nails, both scenarios show that the victim is free, was aware, was conscious, and was fighting. Fighting to survive. Because we know she was fighting to survive and struggling, we know she was aware, we know she was conscious, we know she was understanding what was happening to her. She was aware that the defendant, her boyfriend, is somebody she supposedly cared about, was wrapping his fingers around her neck, around her throat, and squeezing. That fear would have been unbearable. Second by second, minute by minute, she's looking straight at the face, straight in the eyes of that man as he's putting that pressure and squeezing the life out of him. Eventually, she would start to drift in and out of consciousness, and she would still fight and thrash and struggle. And as she would loosen, the defendant would loosen his grip because she's struggling and fighting. That blood would go back into her brain to cause her to remain conscious and remain aware. Common sense tells you during that process, she would have panicked. As she struggles and manages to loosen his grip, that terror would be starting to set in, and eventually she is going to realize that she is going to die. She struggles until she can't struggle anymore. She can no longer thrash, she can no longer fight. Only Only then does she thankfully drift into unconsciousness. Only then does her awareness of this horror end. Only then does her pain and does her suffering and does her sheer terror stop. And as the defendant continues to strangle her, only then does she die. Miss Breen wasn't shot in the head. Miss Breen didn't have an immediate death or an instantaneous death. Her pain and her suffering, her mental anguish and her terror was prolonged and it was drawn out. There is no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, that this murder was conscienceless and pitiless. There is no doubt that this murder was unnecessarily torturous to Teresa Green. This murder was heinous, atrocious, and cruel under any set of definitions. Why does this aggravator deserve great weight? Because this aggravator goes to the sanctity of life itself. No human being should have to endure the suffering that Teresa Green did at the hands of that man. This aggravating factor alone outweighs any mitigation that is presented to you. But the state has presented more. The state has also presented a second aggravating factor. That the defendant was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Why is this aggravating factor so weak? First, it shows that the murder of Teresa Green was not an isolated incident. Sometimes people act harshly. Sometimes people use bad judgment, make bad decisions. Sometimes people do things as a result of an isolated incident. When a person has prior convictions for violent crimes, that's not the case. When a person has convictions for felonies that involve the use or threat of violence to another, for felonies that inflict both physical and mental harm upon other people, it becomes obvious that violence is in that person's nature. That's the case with the defendant. Violence is part of who he is. He's demonstrated that for a long time. He's demonstrated that since about 1985, at least, when he was 19 years old. That violence has progressed, as shown by the different convictions that he has acquired over the years, and how the severity of those crimes that he has committed has gotten worse and worse. You heard from Assistant District Attorney John Brillhart. You also saw some documents introduced by the state showing the records and the documents of his prior criminal convictions, all from the ones in 1985, as well as the one in 2002, for which John Brillhart was the actual trial lawyer that prosecuted the defendant, where he was found guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. The violent crimes that the defendant has committed in his life were not committed all in one day against one person. This is not a situation where he had a one-time lapse of judgment and racked up a bunch of felony convictions in one fell swoop. His violent crimes were committed mostly on different days, in different ways, in different events, and on different victims. You heard from John Brillhart, who explained the documents proving the prior convictions, and they are in evidence. I know they're relatively small, they're probably difficult to see, but they are in evidence. And he explained to you the nature of his prior convictions, both from 1985 and regarding the first-degree murder of Laura Huntley that happened in 2002. He explained to you the unique PFN, or personal file number, to make sure that we know that these convictions all relate to that man. And Mr. Brillhart, remember, also identified the defendant as the person that he prosecuted for the 2002 murder of Laura Huntley. You also heard from a fingerprint analyst from Orlando Police Department who compared his known prints, the defendant's known prints, to the fingerprints taken of the person who was arrested in California when he was brought back in 2003. They're the same person. So there's no question, I don't expect there to be any dispute, that all these prior convictions that have been introduced are the result of his actions, this defendant's actions.
Hello?
The defendant's decision and choice to begin committing violent crimes began around 1985. And you heard that on January 6th of 1985, the defendant was convicted. This is when the offense happened, but he was later convicted of voluntary manslaughter with a firearm on victim Cesar Guzman. In that same event, on that same day, he was convicted of assault with a firearm with victim Jorge Hernandez because he pointed the gun at Jorge Hernandez with the apparent immediate ability to carry out that threat. Moving on to the next month, in February 4th of 1985, the defendant shot Adolphus Williams with a sawed-off shotgun, and he was eventually convicted of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm causing great bodily harm. 10 days later
It wasn't the person.
is when the defendant then shot Eric Wright.
They didn't catch him until the next year.
He was convicted of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm, again, causing great bodily harm.
Up until 2003 sometime.
And then, March 29th of 2002, the defendant shot and killed Aurora Huntley. He was convicted of first-degree premeditated murder, just like the murder of Teresa Green. After he commits the crime against Aurora Huntley and murders her, he then flees to Orlando, where he makes contact with Teresa Green and starts up a relationship with her. And now we know why the defendant was using a fake name when he was here. We know why he was going by Mike, because he was running from the police in California because he killed Aurora Huntley there. Less than 2 months after murdering Aurora Huntley, he comes to Orlando and murders Teresa Green. He then flees to Houston, where he is arrested, and then he is brought to California to answer for the charges regarding Aurora Huntley. He is convicted of first-degree premeditated murder there. Then he is brought here to Orlando, Florida, to face the charges that he had here. The defendant has been convicted of not 1, not 2, but 5 prior felonies. And ultimately, the defendant has killed 3 people and tried to kill 2 others by shooting them. When you consider whether the defendant deserves life in prison, whether you consider if he deserves leniency or mercy, consider his lifetime of violent criminal behavior in the people that he has hurt and killed. This aggravating factor deserves great weight, and it alone also vastly outweighs any mitigating circumstances that would be presented to you. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, when you place the mitigating evidence that is presented to you on a scale, and then you place the aggravating factors on that scale, your scales tilt far towards the death penalty, because the aggravating factors vastly outweigh any mitigating evidence presented to you. Once you make that determination that the aggravating factors, in fact, do outweigh the mitigating circumstances, the next step in your process, according to the instructions the judge is going to read to you, is to determine what is the proper punishment. I expect the defense will tell you several times that the law never compels or requires you to vote for the death penalty. I told you that jury selection, that's a given. But what you do know is there are about 9 pages of instructions that you either have been given or are going to be given, and the judge is going to read to you, that will walk you through and guide your decision-making process. After listening to the evidence and determining that there are very weighty and sufficient aggravating factors, and those aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances, that logical and reasoned moral judgment should be that a life sentence is not warranted in this case. This is an emotional decision, ladies and gentlemen, but I submit to you that the law is most fair, the process is most fair, and the integrity of the judicial system is most fair when your decision is reached based on reason, logic, and a logical method applied in your decision-making process. This decision is a very difficult one, ladies and gentlemen, and it should be. But as I said earlier, sometimes the hard decision is the right one. Each of you in jury selection swore that if you felt the aggravating factors outweighed the mitigating circumstances, and you felt that death penalty was appropriate, that you could vote for it. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, the ultimate responsibility in this case sits right there with Mr. Hunter. He is responsible for the choices that he has made in his life. He is responsible for his decision to strangle Teresa Green to death. He is responsible for the decision to commit murder, and he is responsible for causing pain and suffering and death to people in his past.
That's him.
He's responsible for where he sits right now.
That's him.
How many families does the defendant have to destroy before the death penalty is appropriate?
This ain't.
How much pain and suffering does the defendant have to cause before the death penalty is appropriate? How many people does he have to kill before we say enough is enough? Thank you.
Mr. Song.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is the most solemn phase of any proceeding in our system of justice. You've already carried out your duty determining the guilt of our client in this case. And now the law asks you something even more difficult to do. Decide whether or not to recommend whether a human being should live or die. This is not a decision about what happened, it's a decision about what should happen next. In Florida, the law is clear. Before you can recommend death, the state must prove the aggravating factors are so weighty and so compelling that they outweigh all mitigation, and that death is the appropriate and just punishment. If even one of you, after careful consideration, believes that life is an appropriate sentence, then your voice matters. Your oath matters. Let's talk for just a second about the aggravating factors that Mr. Buxman just talked to you about in closing argument. And we're going to rely on some of the evidence that was talked about in the guilt phase, obviously, in this case. But I'm going to address the second factor, the heinous, or the first one that he talked about, which I think was the second one that they put on evidence about. But with regard to heinous, atrocious, and cruel. We believe that you will be provided jury instructions. So between the two areas that I've marked on this page, that talk about first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Heinous means extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even enjoyment of or the suffering of others. Leave this here for just a second. Wow. The state has argued that the killing was heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Those are powerful words. Words meant to evoke something beyond the already terrible reality of a homicide. But not every tragic death meets that legal standard. The law requires something more. The law requires that heinous be extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Atrocious be outrageously wicked or vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to, or even the enjoyment or suffering of others. Well, the state would have you believe the worst possible story. In the guilt phase of this case, you weren't asked to determine whether the factors that went into how this first-degree murder happened. You were presented evidence, and the state has put together their version of the worst possible story. They would have you believe that there was this drunken party and that Mr. Hunter and Miss Green went back into the apartment and had a fight or had a struggle, which is that there's utterly zero evidence with regard to any of that. There's zero evidence with regard to how the hole got into the wall. You may have heard a lawyer argue at one point, I think Mr. Nunnerly may have argued that that may have been a shoulder in some sort of fight or dispute or disagreement with Mr. Hunter. If you look at the height of that hole, the height of that hole is specific to where the bathroom door catch is. There are photographs that are placed into evidence that suggest that it starts at about 24 inches off of the bottom of the ground and goes to about 36 inches off the ground, which is right about where the door handle catches into the bathroom, which is right about the same level as somebody's bottom or backside, right? It's not the height of the shoulder. Miss Green was 5'5" tall, which is over 60 inches. If you discount the height of her head, which is another foot, then you're talking about to be shoulder height to be pushed into the wall would have to have been somewhere between 45 inches and 55 inches high up on the wall. There's no evidence that Teresa Green was ever pushed into that wall. There's no evidence that Mr. Hunter was pushed into that wall. There's no evidence that Mr. Hunter was in the apartment in the first place, with the exception of his DNA on the blood on the watch. Now, what's more likely, using your common sense, did the watch get broken when Teresa Green fell and tumbled down 14 steps from the top to the bottom? Or during some fictitious argument for which there is no evidence that a watch was broken during an argument? It makes no sense. It defies common sense. So this version of stringing together a hole in the wall and a broken watch, there's absolutely no evidence with regard to any of the state's theory about heinous, atrocious, or cruel. You heard or saw the medical examiners, both Dr. Utz and Dr. Arden, testify with regard to the photographs that were shown. Both agree that there is some sort of hematoma or bruise on the back of her neck. Again, what's more likely that hematoma or bruise occurred during a fall and a tumble down 14 steps? They both indicated that they did not believe that had anything to do with strangulation or evidence of strangulation. Once again, there's no evidence of Mr. Hunter's DNA or fingerprints on the body. There's no evidence of Mr. Hunter's DNA underneath Miss Green's fingernails. There's no evidence of her own DNA underneath her fingernails, meaning that whatever the state's version of the scratch marks, and there were numerous of them, far more than 4 fingers. Does someone have 10 fingers on a hand that would cause that? Or is it more likely that scratching that took place there was a result of a tumble or a fall down 14 stairs over carpet, over concrete, to the bottom landing? Or, as Dr. Arden testified, he believed that was evidence of slippage, the skin slippage, because of the way that the body was placed into the trunk and the pressure, as you see the photographs of her face have applied some of the slippage of the skin in that location. That also occurred on that side or that portion of the neck. And Dr. Arden testified that he did not believe that any of the other evidence in the surrounding areas would support evidence of strangulation. Dr. Utz agreed that it could have been from a fabric, could have been from some other abrasion, but it was his ultimate opinion that he believed that there was evidence of strangulation. We don't believe that there's any evidence of heinous, atrocious, and cruel. Going back to Miss Green's blood alcohol level, it's very important to understand that at a 0.288, there was testimony by Dr. Arden, I believe Dr. Utz may have agreed with this, that the fermentation process that may have taken place doesn't always take place, and they actually have no evidence of it taking place in this case. But that could attribute an additional 0.08 to someone's blood alcohol level. So at a 0.288, we're talking about going to the this is math, sorry, but into the tenths, right? The sort of second digit after the decimal place, that 0.08 could have been added. So if you subtracted that out, her blood alcohol still would have been a 0.20, which would have been more than double the legal limit to drive. She clearly was intoxicated. She was clearly intoxicated based on what Mr. Butler testified to. Her drinking, she was drinking Captain Morgan's, and she had been drinking, she drank a whole bottle. Her behavior would suggest that she had been drinking and that she was intoxicated. She slapped Mr. Butler on the way out. She got into an argument. She tumbled down the stairs. All of that is evidence of intoxication. The medical examiners cannot tell you how long it took Ms. Green to die by strangulation. Dr. Utz and Dr. Arden said it could take seconds, it could take minutes. They don't know. And there's no evidence in this case of how long it took her to pass away. We would suggest that there's no evidence that the state has not proved beyond a reasonable doubt the evidence of heinous, atrocious, and cruel. All death is sad, and all death is terrible. But all death is not heinous, atrocious, and cruel. In jury selection, we talked about a sort of special subset of all first-degree premeditated murders, right? Killing an innocent person by an individual, not because they were crazy or self-defense or any of those reasons. And there was a reason that we asked you those questions, right? And all of you swore that you could follow the law and follow your oath as jurors, and that you would agree that, as the state mentioned in their closing argument, that if you got the opportunity or you believe that the aggravating factors outweighed the mitigating factors, and after careful consideration, even knowing that you don't ever have to come back with a verdict in favor of death, that you could. So the possibility that you could do that. You also swore the same to us, or talked about being able to do that as well. So that if the aggravators, even if the aggravators outweighed the mitigators, you still could consider all of the mitigators and give it meaningful consideration, and you still could come back with a life term. So we all stand before you on even footing, asking you to take a look at the actual evidence, not a narrative spun by the state to make Mr. Hunter look like a monster. This is not about trying to demonize an individual so it makes it easier to kill him. This is about looking at the actual evidence in this case and trying to reach a determination about whether or not Ms. Green died in a way that was heinous, atrocious, and cruel. We do not believe that the state has proved that based on all of the actual evidence in this case. Let's talk about the second factor. The second factor was Mr. Hunter's past. These judgments and sentences. And the state argued to you that he's been convicted of 5 prior violent felonies, and that 3 people have been in prison. But he showed you in that 4 of those 5 circumstances all took place in 1985. January, February, and March of 1985. Mr. Hunter was 18 years old in Oakland, California at the time all of those incidents took place. By the way, all of those incidents took place with a firearm. Even the later murder in 2002 took place with a firearm. And obviously, in this case, we're not talking about a firearm. So there's no similarities, there's no consistency of that. Mr. Hunter's not a monster who goes around shooting people randomly. We don't know what the facts, obviously, of the 1985 case are specifically. We did not hear any evidence from Assistant District Attorney Bruhard that Mr. Hunter was in a gang. He was a gang prosecutor in Alameda County for a long time. He would have provided that information if that were relevant or pertinent. So we don't know what those circumstances are when he was 18 years old and got himself in a series of trouble in those months in 1985. Did hear a little bit more about the circumstances in 2002 involving the friend of his wife that was shot under those circumstances. But I asked you, why are we judging an individual by the worst 4 or 5 days of his life, as opposed to what we tried to attempt to do in the penalty phase, which is to present individuals from Mr. Hunter's past who know him. They know him on the mundane days, the 7th grade days, the 9th grade days, the 10th grade days, the after high school days, when he has a child and a baby in this world. All of those days, if you look at the Alexanders who lived in New Mexico, if you look at his best friend Sherman Alexander, if you look at the Long sisters who he went to school with and how he knew them afterwards, they've known Mr. Hunter for years collectively. And we tried to present a side to him to show you that he's not a monster. The state's trying to say he is. And we're trying to say, but the people that know him best for all of this time, that they're saying he's not. That's not how he is. He cared very much for the Longs and took care of them when he went to school with them. He made sure that they went to school, that they did their homework, that they got lunches when they couldn't afford it. He took care of their mother. He was respectful. He was respectful to the Alexanders. He came over to their house. He rode bikes and mini bikes and dirt bikes and things like that with his friend Sherman. And he was, for all intents and purposes, a normal kid growing up in Oakland, California. And then in the 80s, things get violent in Oakland. Things take a turn for the worse. The state would have you believe that just because Sherman came out of it without a felony conviction, that he's somehow a successful product of Oakland, California. We would argue to you that Sherman had been shot during his youth in Oakland, and maybe that had some impact on what happened in 1985 with Mr. Hunter in terms of the violence that was taking place in California. And maybe that had an impact on it. Remember, at the end of this case, your decision is going to be between a recommendation of life without the possibility of parole and a death sentence. And what we're trying to say is that, according to the law, life without the possibility of parole is a valid decision and a valid sentence that punishes Mr. Hunter for his actions in this case. He's not a monster. He's not a monster that needs to be put down. You don't need to light torches and create pitchforks, sharpen our pitchforks, because the penalty is going to be appropriate either way. But what we're trying to argue is that there is this other side to him, a human side to him, a friend, a person who cared about the people in his life. You also heard from the Butlers and Lisa Moore and even Octavius Hayes that up until this incident, they never witnessed Mr. Hunter ever be violent or aggressive or angry in any way, shape, or form towards Miss Green. So Mr. Hunter isn't. And so when you have to make the decision as to how much weight to give to the aggravators versus the mitigation in this case, I would argue to you that judging a man by his 2 worst days, and I'm going to lump those 4 events from January to March as one series of events. But basically, we're talking about two days of his life. 4 days if you actually count them individually. But weighing that against a lifetime of being a good friend, a good son, a good father to his child, who he's never seen outside the walls of the prison. Still maintains a relationship with her, still corresponds with her, corresponds with his granddaughter. So he is human. One of the things you're going to be asked to do after you make your determination about the state's aggravating factors and whether they've been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, again, it's the defense's position that they have not proven heinous, atrocious, or cruel beyond a reasonable doubt. Is you're going to then be asked about the mitigators. And the mitigating circumstances in this case that we believe the defense has showed you is that Demorris Hunter grew up in a violent neighborhood in Oakland, California, where he had to learn to protect himself and others. That Demorris Hunter was generous and kind to his friends and family. And that Demorris Hunter was protective of his friends and family and tried to keep them safe and out of trouble. That Demorris Hunter was respectful and obedient to his elders. Demorris Hunter was a loving and attentive father to his daughter, the relationship that they have. Demorris Hunter earned the love and affection of his friends and family who love him still. And the existence of any other factors in the defendant's background not mentioned above that would mitigate the imposition of the death penalty. Remember, mitigating circumstances can be anything we've said or done or emphasized, or anything at all, anything that you've heard that you believe is important. And ultimately, again, the state's going to, as the state talked about in their closing, they're going to ask you to weigh the aggravating factors and the mitigating circumstances. And I would argue to you that the mitigating circumstances, the evidence of his life, right, every day, all of those days, even the mundane stuff, who Demorris Hunter really is, clearly outweighs his worst day, the prior convictions. And again, even after this weighing process, regardless of the results of each juror's individual weighing process, even if you conclude the sufficient aggravators outweigh the mitigators, the law neither compels nor requires you to recommend that the defendant should be sentenced to death. As we talked about in jury selection, each one of you gets to put on your little robes and make decisions about this case. And all of your decisions individually are important. We talked about how no one would bully someone out of their position, and that others would try to protect people who were being bullied out of that. If one of you believes that life is the appropriate sentence, then that is your decision, and your decision and that decision is perfectly lawful pursuant to these instructions. Respect that moral process, respect your moral decision, respect others' moral decisions, and record that vote. A sentence of life imprisonment is not mercy without consequence. It is accountability. It is punishment. It means he'll spend the rest of his life in a prison cell and he'll never be free again. It protects society. It ensures that he will never harm anyone outside those walls. But it also leaves room for something else. The recognition that human beings are more than their worst thing that they've ever done. I know sometimes in closing arguments, I sit here and I think to myself, and I think you'll hear a jury, part of the jury instruction will say that if the lawyers have done anything, that you shouldn't hold it against our client. I heard my voice on the show, the Alexander's video demos from New Mexico, and it drives me crazy whenever I hear my own voice on video. And so if you think that we have said or done something, either Mr. Marrero or myself, please don't hold it against Mr. Hunter, our client. Hold it against me, okay? But as lawyers, obviously we have jobs to do, and we advocate on behalf of our clients. Sometimes I think I struggle for the right words to say in closing arguments, that I try to be super convincing, the best possible version of myself. But I want to read to you some quotes from others that talk about death penalty cases. And I think it's important to hear the perspective of others. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "Returning hate for hate multiplies hate, adding deeper darkness to the night already devoid of stars."
This is like to be approached.
You may.
Dang, you don't want to use the quote to save his life?
The objection sustained.
The state needs 8 votes for death, but the law also requires the power of one conscience, one voice, one juror who says, "I've heard everything, I've weighed everything, and I cannot say death is the appropriate sentence." If you are that juror, if there is any hesitation, any doubt about whether death is just and necessary outcome, then the law does not ask you to set that aside. It asks you to honor. This is not a decision you can undo. No second chance to reconsider. So I ask you to look at the evidence carefully, to weigh not just the aggravation, but the mitigation, to consider not just the crime, but the person, to recognize that even in the darkest circumstances, the law allows for life. And if after doing that, even one of you believes that the sentence of life is the right sentence, then you must stand by that belief. Because in this moment, your judgment is not just permitted, it is required. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to begin reading the jury instructions on page 1. Members of the jury, you have heard all of the evidence and the arguments of counsel. It is now your duty to decide whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. In making your decision, You must first unanimously determine whether at least one of the aggravating factors alleged by the state have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. An aggravating factor is the only circumstance recognized by Florida law that could result in a defendant receiving the death penalty. An aggravating factor increases the gravity of.
All right, guys, I am not going to make us suffer through jury instructions. So we will keep that up as they go into deliberations. And while they are deliberating, we'll keep an eye on that to see what they come back with, either an LWOP or whether they recommend unaliving. Now, if they do recommend a final destination for Mr. Demorris Hunter, we know, of course, there'll be a Spencer hearing, and in that hearing, the judge will hear more mitigating factors and determine whether or not they should go with the jury's recommendation, or if the judge will give him the LWOP. So we know that this is not the end all be all, but this is a huge factor. So what we're going to do now is going to move over to Utah versus Tracy Grist, which looks like a version of the Adelsons. Oh, it didn't flip over all the way. Okay, thank you, StreamYard. 1 second, guys. Let's stop sharing. And let's try sharing again. So it looks like people are taking a book out of the Adelsons page. This will be the third family in the past 12 months to have a court case going on that's similar to the Adelsons, where they're taking out somebody's husband, their son-in-law, brother-in-law. Now, we did look at this earlier because I was not aware of this case. I was aware of the other case where the woman actually looked up Donna Adelson. But this one is not attached to the Adelsons, just only by similarity. Have a good one.
State versus Grist, case number 241101170. Our last two jurors just showed up, counsel. They should be out shortly.
So this is day one. This started this morning, probably about an hour.
Formally, anything from the state you wish to put on the record? Thank you, Mr. Facebear. On behalf of the defense, anything we need to put on the record? Thank you. Counsel, do you want to come get a copy of the jury instructions for you? Mr. Brown, if you want to give one to Mr. Facebear, please.
Y'all, why do I feel like this is going to be a mess?
Mr. Witton, I see that you filed the amended instructions. Are those the cleaned up ones that I gave back to you from yesterday? Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Facemeyer, have you seen the amended ones, the cleaned up ones?
No.
The ones that had the typos in it.
Right. I mean, I don't know what he's changed, what's been changed.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. Counsel, I need to see you in chambers. We need to take a recess. We'll be in recess.
All rise.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let's go on the record of the matter of State versus Grist, case 241101170. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, apparently some of you had problems with your audio yesterday and never told anybody. And now I'm finding out about it for the first time today, which is causing us some problems that we've got to work through right now. So I'm going to reread to everybody some information. It's called the information. And information are allegations or charges brought against the defendant. They are not evidence of anything. They are simply allegations. After I've read to you the information, each party, the state with Mr. Watabe and Mr. Facemeyer for the defense, are going to identify the key parties on their team.
Okay, already. I knew it. I knew something was going to be a mess. So you mean to tell me this particular jury sat there with audio issues, couldn't hear shit he was saying, and now he about to go back over all of the damn jury instructions because they didn't hear what he said yesterday? Like, okay. This don't sound like nothing nobody want to hear because this sounds like a goofball ass jury that would have y'all. No, I'm not listening to jury instructions. Why wouldn't you say something when you could say something? Why would you go through the whole day and say, "Oh, I ain't had nothing he said yesterday"? What?
Testing. There we go. Testing.
Baby. Now, all them people that had audio issues and couldn't hear shit, they bet not be not one piece of a four-person. Because somebody get ready to walk all over them like a damn rug. Mm-hmm. What? I don't know if I've ever heard of that. I'm not gonna
On the
lie.
morning of July 12th, 2024, Matthew Rastelli woke up
in his home outside of Temecula, California. He woke up in a great mood because the day earlier, he had convinced his wife, Catherine, who goes by Kate Ristelli, to come home. You see, 3 weeks earlier, she had taken their 2 children, Cheyenne and Steele, and left the home in California and driven to her mother's house in American Fork, Utah. Her mother is Tracy Grist. He had made arrangements. He had arranged a rental car for her to drive home. He had put money into her, by her I mean Kate, into Kate's account so she could finance the trip to come home. Little did he know, but that agreement to come home was a ruse. She had no intention of coming home. Over the course of the morning of the 12th, Matthew learned from Kate that she couldn't rent the rental car that he had arranged for her. So she couldn't come home. Thinking she still wanted to come home, he went to work. He put new tires on the family truck. He obtained a travel permit so he wouldn't get pulled over. He replaced the starter in the car. And by approximately lunchtime on the 12th, he began the 12 to 10-hour trip to American Fork, Utah. Over the course of that drive, he spoke to Kate several times. We know this because there were several calls recovered from Kate's phone that you will hear. You hear the content of those calls. Because of the content of the calls, it likely wasn't a surprise to Matt that when he showed up at 10:06 p.m. to Tracy Grist's home, that the interior lights were off, that the door was unlocked, and that there was nobody there. He entered the home as he had been instructed to do, took off his shoes at the entryway, or his sandals, and within mere moments of stepping into that home and removing his sandals, he was shot 7 times by his brother-in-law, Kevin Ellis. And he died at the foot of the stairs while Kate and the 2 children were upstairs. Now, the events of what happened that day and the weeks leading up to it is what brings you here today. The judge just read to you the charges that Miss Tracy Grist faces, namely the murder of Matthew Ristelli, conspiring to commit that murder, and the obstruction of justice.
Okay, so this is the mother. This would have been the decedent's mother-in-law. So this woman right here, back of this scraggly head, this is Tracy Grist. She is the mother-in-law of the deceased. It was her daughter that was married to the person who is the victim. Her daughter was married to the victim. They got into it. Her daughter runs off from California to her mama house in Utah and take the kids, tell this man that they're going to make it right. They're going to get it together. She want to come home. And he says, cool, get a rental. This is the damn people I was thinking of. She kept making up excuses. She said she couldn't get the rental. If I remember this story correctly, there was a bunch of other excuses where he said he was in the mind frame of Sheila when she was going up that mountain to save her marriage. Okay. So he had the truck wasn't in no kind of good shape. So as they said, he had to put a starter on the car. He had to change all 4 tires. I believe there were other things wrong with that car, but he got it ready enough to be able to go get her and the kids. And then he go over there, the lights is off, the door is open. And when he come in, the brother-in-law popped them. So this woman's 2 kids, her son and her daughter are already in jail. Okay. The son took it to trial. He got convicted of unaliving, tampering with evidence, everything but the conspiracy. Okay. The actual shooter did not get the conspiracy, but he did get the 1st degree unaliving. I believe he's doing 15 to life. I think we read that earlier. Now, the wife of the victim, which is this woman's daughter, her daughter took a guilty plea. So how she get ready to sit up here and try to pull this off, and both her kids who she helped plot this with? This is some Donna Adelson type mess. Okay. Now, what might help her is that her son did not get convicted of conspiracy, so they may not have great evidence as far as making this a conspiracy. I don't know. We get ready to see. But her daughter, who was the wife of this man, pled guilty already. But she taking it to trial. So maybe she think they're going to look and say, oh, well, my kids put some shit together. I'm a parent. I don't be knowing what the kids going to do. But they did it at your house.
As you listen to, it's the state's job and burden to
So
prove.
this is the victim's mother-in-law. So this is the Donna Adelson. Her daughter is the Wendy, but the Wendy in this case actually already took a plea. And her son, who would be like the Charlie, got convicted already, basically. So this is the Donna.
That she committed each of those crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. That's a burden that we willingly bear. Your job is to pay attention. Take notes. Take notes to the evidence that you will receive.
Well, you fucked, sir, because they don't even speak
All
up.
evidence is going to come to you through this jury stand. Through witnesses, through exhibits, digital, forensic evidence. It will all come to you through that stand. And as you listen to this, I want you to consider the following questions. Did Tracy's actions lead to the death of Matthew Rostelli? Did she reach an agreement with her daughter Kate or Catherine Rostelli and her son Kevin Ellis that Matthew would be killed? And did she did she take actions that prevented the investigation or prosecution of what happened that night? As you're thinking about that, I want to kind of put in your minds an instruction that you'll receive at the end. So just like you received instructions here, you'll get another packet at the end that contains all the law that you need. One of those instructions is going to discuss the party to the offense. Someone is a party to the offense if they aid, encourage, solicit, or participate another to commit a crime, and that crime happens. So keep that in mind as you're listening to the evidence. Over the next several minutes, I'm going to give you an overview of how I expect that the state's evidence will answer each of those questions in the affirmative. Now, remember, what I say in this opening is not evidence. It's just a roadmap. Okay, it's not going to include everything that you're going to hear, but it is the state's expectation of how the evidence is going to play forward coming from that stand. The relationship between Kate, actually, this may be helpful to you. I'm going to refer to a lot of the people on this, and so it'll be helpful for you to refer to this and say, okay, that's where this person fits in. Trust, you will hear this evidence again. This is just a roadmap. In January of 2024, the relationship between Matt, the deceased, and Catherine, or Kate, his wife, had become very strained. The couple argued frequently. They argued about Kate's infidelity. They argued about their dire financial situation. But either way, it was bad. In January, the date's in the bottom right corner, Kate reached out to her mom saying, at this point, I don't know if Matt will be going to Disney. We've been fighting so much. I want out. To which Tracy Grist responds, just say what you need to. And then, I just told your husband, don't mess with my child. I want you to know I mean that. And then a little bit later, I'll just drive 9 hours and strangle him. Appeared to be mere hyperbole at the time. Things improved enough that in February of 2024, they did go to Disney. Matt joined the entire Grist family as they went on a Disney trip. You will hear that the family procured several Apple AirTags to place on the children so that they wouldn't lose them in Disney. By May of 2024, things had deteriorated again. Kate tells her mom, I hate my life, Mom. I hate that I have kids with Matt. Similar concerns were relayed by Kate to her sister, Carolyn Fisher, who you will hear also lives in California. In June of 2024, Kate tells Carolyn Fisher, "I hate him. How do I get out?" To which Carolyn responded, "Do it one step at a time. Talk to mom, Tracy Grist, about a storage unit." So that's what she did. Kate procured a storage unit, began to slowly move things out of the family home that she wanted to keep when she left. You'll hear that the plan was for her to leave at the conclusion of a Las Vegas trip that she and Matt were going to take in mid-June. Diane Rastelli is Matt's mom. She's here in the courtroom today. You're going to hear from her. She knew about the dire financial situation that Kate and Matt were in. And knowing that now was not the time for a Vegas trip with their situation, she canceled the trip. This forced a shift or a change in the plan for Kate and Tracy. Tracy obtained a credit card and sent it to Kate, a credit card that Matt couldn't track and didn't know about. On the 18th of June, she arranged for a rental car for Kate and the kids and scheduled it for the 20th. On the morning of the 20th, on the 16th, you also start to see lengthy conversations between Tracy Grist, Carolyn Fisher, Rachel Jorgensen, and Kate. A lot of activity. You're going to see that come forward. During those conversations, on the 16th, Tracy Grist's web search history shows that she searched first Utah gun law registration, and second, Utah shoot breaking. She also started looking about establishing residency in Utah, the divorce procedures. And as I said, 2 days later, she arranges the rental car, which would be set for the morning of the 20th. On the 20th, in the early morning hours, Carolyn Fisher texts Tracy Grist and asks if she can see the air tag that she had switched the name to truck. Tracy confirms that she'll look. That same day, this is the 20th, Kate is going to meet Carolyn at the storage unit and at the rental car agency. Carolyn tells her, "I used the Apple AirTag, use some Gorilla Tape or something else to stick it somewhere in the truck." Okay. Kate, at the bottom, you'll see she expressed some reservations about this. Not sure she wants to do it. But on the 20th, she drives the family truck into town, leaves it at a shopping complex, and decides last minute, actually, you know what, yes, I am going to put the AirTag in there. She places it in a bin of trash on the floorboard of the truck. Picks up the rental car, goes to the storage unit, fills it with whatever she wanted to take, and begins the drive to American Fork. No warning to Matt that she was leaving. That same day, you will see that the family created a Facebook chat that involved Carolyn, Tracy Grist, Rachel Jorgensen, and Kate, that allowed them all to monitor the location of the AirTag. And they discussed frequently its location. During Kate's drive on the 20th, Tracy Grist asked Carolyn Fisher to draft a text to send to Matt to explain that this was just a breather. She does that, and Kate sends it as drafted to Matt. Kate arrives to the home of Tracy Grist the evening of the 20th, enters the gated community where Tracy lived, and set up shop in Tracy's home. Over the next several days, Matt gets over his initial anger about Kate picking up and leaving with the kids without warning. Part of this is because he was being led to believe that this was just a breather. This was just a temporary vacation. Tracy Grist, you'll hear, went so far as to call Diane Ristelli and tell her the same thing. They just need a breather. They just need some time. The entire time that Matt is being led to believe that this is a breather, the family's monitoring him. By this point, June 26th, Kevin Ellis, who also lived in the home, was given the ability to monitor the air tag. We see on the 26th, Kate asks him, "What day are you coming back?" Wondering for Olaf. Olaf is a nickname that they gave to Matt when they wanted to talk about him. Friday, late, he says. Okay, cool. And then he assures her the tag is still active. Really? She asks. He responds on the 26th, if I have to rush back, I can make that happen. Evidence will show that this was never intended to be a breather. Kate was never coming home. She was never bringing the kids back. On the 29th, Tracy, talking to two family members, the family members ask her, how's Matt taking it? Not that you care. She says, I want him to show up. He still thinks it's only for another week. On the 2nd of July, we're now into July of 2024, Tracy asks Carolyn Fisher to talk to Kate, tell her what to say to a lawyer. Kate sets up a consultation with the lawyer. She sets it up for the July 11th in the evening hours or late afternoon hours. During this time, during that roughly 10-day period between while waiting for the consultation, Matt's still thinking this is a breather, starts to push for her to come home. And on the 11th, the morning of the 11th, but during that same time that he's pushing her to come home, Kate's having conversations with Tracy Grist. And Tracy started making passing comments about harming Matt. She went so far as to bring Kate into the laundry room.
Slow down, dirty
Show
dog.
her a knife that she had in a rubber glove. And Tracy told her, if he comes, either myself or Kevin will shoot him. And we'll put the knife in his hand to make it look like self-defense. On the 11th, contrary to Tracy Grist's desire that Matt come out, Matt tells Kate, I don't want to drive out. And Kate relays the same to her mom. On the morning of the 11th, Matt doesn't want to drive out. So instead, he arranges a rental car at the Enterprise around the corner. Now this is a message that Tracy sent to Kate, telling her what to say to Matt, which she does. So he makes that arrangement. He puts money into her account. Tells her tomorrow, July 12th, Enterprise, pay in person with a debit card. Her response, cool. She's excited. And then $600 into your account. Later that day, Kate has a consultation with the lawyer.
These text
The
messages,
consultation was recorded
golly.
and sent to Tracy Grist. A friend who knew that she was going to have the consultation on the 11th reaches out to Kate and asks her how it went. She responds, honestly, I'm fucked. She learned in that call, and you'll hear it, divorce is on her terms, staying in Utah with the kids wasn't in the cards. So that takes us to the 12th. Matt still thinks she's hopping in the rental car. Matt still thinks that she's going to start driving home that day. She continues the ruse. Good morning, getting up, getting moving, excited for today. Now you'll see text messages between her and her mother from the 11th. That was never going to happen. She was going to fake a sprained ankle, or she was going to go ask the rental car agency and pretend that she
Why
can't rent the car.
Text that. Come on, Keisha.
He's excited. I'm over the moon. Can't wait to
Just
hug
sit
and
up in
kiss
that
you all.
trial and look at these people. Your head looking like that after you've been texting.
Now, the day of the 12th, you are going to see a lot of digital evidence, a lot of conversations between
I do remember people. They was texting like
Carolyn Fisher.
this. Yeah, this
Rachel
I knew this was about to be a mess.
and Kate. I'm only going to go through a couple of them.
This was over. Maybe I just saw the two take the lead. Or I mean, or the white.
Kate's call log, early morning of the 12th. She calls her mom and talks to her for 4 minutes. Immediately after that, she has a phone call with Matt Rostelli. Then around here, she has a conversation with Kate. She's having a text message with her mom saying, it would be more believable if you go to the rental agency and tell them and do it in person. So she does. She talks to Kevin, says, hey, I need to go make my story more believable. Can you watch the kids for me? She does that, comes back, and has another conversation with Matt at 8:55. These next 3 calls with Matt are recorded. They were recovered from Kate's phone. You'll hear them. You'll hear that she tells Matt they won't rent her the car. Matt's still thinking she wants to come home, starts to talk about options, cars that he could borrow, other arrangements, sending more money so someone else could rent the car. Options. All these are denied, forcing him to have to drive out. And you'll hear her convince him not to borrow a car, not to get one from anybody else, but to bring the truck that had the air tag in it. But he's worried. I need a starter. I still need a travel permit.
Why
He makes those arrangements. By 9:15, he calls her and says, I got the permit. I'll go into town, get the starter. Kate immediately texts her mom, he's going to drive out. Tracy Grist says, I'll call you. They do indeed have a call. 11:39 for 5 minutes. At this point, you're going to also hear the next 3 phone calls that were made between Kate and Matt. 11:55, they talk. And at this point, things change. You hear Kate encouraging him, you're going to come in, right? Help me pack. Matt, knowing the relationship with Tracy, kind of tries to push it off. Well, can't you just be ready? Can we just throw it all in the truck? I won't even turn the car off. I won't even turn the truck off. She insists, and ultimately he agrees. As the afternoon approaches, the 4 sisters, or the 3 sisters and Tracy Grist, are continuing to have extensive conversations. At 12:48, you'll see a call between Rachel Jorgensen and Kate Rostelli that lasted for about 20 minutes. In the middle of that call, Tracy pops in on a group call for 7 minutes. After this, you see a call between Tracy Grist and Kevin Ellis at 2 p.m. She responds to Kate,
All right, have a
2:07, I am meeting Kevin for sushi. While there, she's continuing to text Kate, and you'll see those eventually. But she also, at 2:13 p.m., while waiting for Kevin to arrive at sushi, searches, this is Tracy, searches the It's Happening meme. Remember the call with Rachel Jorgensen that happened at 12:48. At 2:18, Rachel Jorgensen begins a series of 3 phone calls. The first is to Aurora France. Aurora lived in Tracy Grist's home with Kevin and Kate. you'll hear that she made arrangements for Aurora to leave the home and come to her house in Ogden that night, despite never having been there before. Five minutes later, immediately after getting off the phone with Aurora Franz, she calls Jacob Trujillo, Tracy's son who lived in the home with them, and makes sure that he has plans with friends that night and wouldn't be home. She then immediately calls Tim Ellis, Tracy's other son, who lived about 4 minutes away. Now you'll hear from Tim. Tim will tell you that prior to this date, they had talked about Tim coming over if Matt were to ever come out, to be a peacemaker, keep the peace, because he was friends with Matt. You'll hear him say that at 2:25 on the day of the 12th, he was told not to come over. With the house, you will hear that after sushi, Tracy Grist and Kevin Ellis returned to the home, had a conversation with Kate. They kind of went their separate ways that afternoon in the house, just kind of doing their thing. But what you'll hear is that over that time, several physical arrangements were made, or preparations were made to the home. As you walk into the Grist home, as you enter the home, to your right is a living room. In that living room, there's a fireplace. And directly in front of you, as you walk into the home, is the hallway leading to the stairs. Now, the toys for the children were traditionally kept in front of that fireplace in bins. Pretty messy, as kids typically are. All of those toys were cleaned and removed and placed in the office. As you walk in, there's a couch immediately to your right, a fabric couch. You'll hear
I'd be
that
engaged, girl.
a blanket was placed over the arm of that couch, fully covering the fabric. A mesh screen, a magnetic mesh screen that's typically on the front door, was removed to allow easier access for Matt. And as the night wore on, Kate continued to talk to Matt to make sure he showed up in a good mood.
I swear this woman
Final
says
call you'll hear from her,
I'm tripping.
or between the two of them, is at 8:13 p.m., less than 2 hours before he arrives, where Kate again tells him, and make sure you're coming in, right? To help me pack. After that call, there's some text messages exchanged, and Kate or Matt, concerned for the oil dripping from his truck, says, when I get there, we should put cardboard under the truck for oil drips. 8:09, okay, I'll get some ready. And then about 9 o'clock, remember, Tracy Grist lives in a gated community. Kate sends him the gate code. And then a picture of the cardboard that she had laid out for him to park over. You'll hear that Rachel Jorgensen throughout the day was monitoring Matt's location. At 10:01 p.m., she sends a series of 2 text messages to 2 people. One to Tracy Grist saying Orem, followed by keep an eye on Find My, the Apple app. Then, seconds later, to Kevin Ellis, Orem, keep an eye on Find My. Metadata will show that this message was read. At 10:06 p.m.,
Rag.
surveillance footage will show
Rag.
Matt Rostelli arriving in the truck, parking over the car.
Leaking oil.
And the evidence will show that he arrived to a dark house. The interior lights were off. The door was unlocked, as he'd been told that it would be. And so he entered, took off his sandals at the edge of the tile where the tile meets the carpet. And the evidence will show that in the dark living room to his right was waiting Kevin Ellis with a gun. And he shot Matt in the chest, the side, the right forearm. And as Matt turned from looking at the living room to go down the hallway, he was shot 4 more times in the back.
With the kids in the house.
you will hear evidence from the neighbor that they heard these shots at 10:07 p.m. Concerned, they reached out to Tracy. Is everything okay? You'll see that text message at 10:08. Tracy didn't answer. So at 10:09, the neighbor calls 911. You'll hear that call, reporting that 2 minutes earlier at 10:07, they had heard what sounded like either firecrackers or gunshots. They couldn't be sure, but they didn't think it was fireworks. They thought it was gunshots. 6 minutes after the neighbor calls, 8 minutes after the gunshots are heard, Tracy Grist calls 911 and reports that Matt had been shot. Now, in that 8 minutes, the evidence is going to show that Kevin left the living room, went and placed the gun in the front on the countertop, and that a knife, and that he was overheard to say, "Be careful, he might still be moving." And that a knife, that same knife that was shown to Kate in the laundry room, was placed in his hand. Now, you'll hear 4 pieces of information about this knife that are suspicious. And first, it was placed in his non-dominant hand.
Hey, I remember.
The knife was placed in his right hand. Second, the blade of the knife, the sharp part, was facing towards Matt, and the spine was facing away, meaning the grip was backwards. You'll see images of this.
They couldn't tell the right from left.
Third, it was the same arm that had been shot in the forearm, through the skin, through the tendons, through the tissue, through the bone. All things required for grip strength. And fourth, you will see evidence that the blood stains are consistent with the arm being moved after his death. Law enforcement was dispatched based on the 10:09 phone call.
I thought
Becomes
this
important.
piece was
You'll
over.
see.
Oh my God.
2 minutes into Tracy's call at 10:15, when she called at 10:15, she's surprised because she hears knocking on the door, because law enforcement had already been dispatched, and they got there.
Real quick, I remember this, y'all. We talked about this. I think she did Google Donna Adelson or the trial or something like that. But this fool, I knew I remembered something about this. The non-dominant hand, and had the sharp part pointing at him and the handle facing away from him, in an arm that had been popped up. And I think they end up texting about the damn orientation later. Y'all, this about to get real stupid. This about to get real messy.
Law enforcement comes in, and at this point, Kevin had resumed his position in the darkened living room to the right. And pay attention to what he says on the body cam when law enforcement walks in. He says something to the effect of, "That guy had a knife, and before his voice is drowned out by law enforcement. The investigation unfolded. You'll hear the varying stories between what Tracy Grist says happened that night, and what Kate
Tracy,
happened
why
that
you
night,
ain't take your
and what Kevin Ellis says happened that night. It will become clear that they did not account for the neighbor hearing the shots at 10:07 and calling law enforcement.
And the neighbor called and effed him up when it
The
was
day after the murder, Kate has a phone call, or is supposed to have a phone call with Diane Rastelli. You'll hear those phone calls. You'll also see that immediately prior to that call, Tracy told Kate, "Don't say anything. It can be used against Kevin." No details about what happened. But Tracy Grist has 2 lengthy phone calls with Diane Rastelli. Pay attention to what she says happened. Over the course of this trial, you're going to hear from several members of law enforcement. You're going to hear from a DNA expert. You're going to hear from a medical examiner. You're going to hear from a crime scene expert. You're going to hear from several members of the Grist family. You're going to hear from Rachel Jorgensen. You're going to hear from Tim Ellis. You're going to hear from Tara Lynn Fisher. You're also going to hear from Kate Rastelli. Now, Kate will be your first witness. She's been transported here from prison. She's in prison because she pled guilty to murdering Matt Rastelli, conspiring with Kevin Ellis and Tracy Grist to commit that murder, as well as an additional charge for the discharge of a firearm that resulted in serious bodily injury. Now, to be sure, Kate, in exchange for providing evidence and information to the state, she received a plea deal. A plea deal that will result in her having the eligibility of parole sooner than she otherwise would have. As with all witnesses, your job is to weigh their credibility, okay? And you don't check your common sense at the door. You still know when people are telling the truth, when they're not. You weigh her like everybody else. You can choose to believe all, some, or none of what she says. But note that the vast majority of what she says will be corroborated by digital and physical and forensic evidence. Finally, you will hear that both Kate Rastelli and Kevin Ellis tried to talk Tracy Grist out of this, but she wouldn't be persuaded. You will hear that they failed to persuade her to not go through with this, but they also failed to stand up to her. As you can see from this roadmap, there's a lot of evidence. There's a lot of times, there's a lot of dates. The timeline will become clear as you hear it again, but please take notes. You will likely only hear it once from this stand. The evidence that gets displayed here will go back with you for you to be able to review, but please pay attention and take notes. At the end of this, my colleague, Mr. Pomeroy, is going to stand up and give you a closing argument and present to you the additional evidence, present to you the conclusions that should be drawn from this. And after he's done, the state's going to ask you to retire back to chambers and to find that Tracy Grist is guilty of murdering Matt Rastelli and conspiring with her son and her daughter to commit that murder, and then of obstructing justice by planting that knife. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Facemeyer.
Real quick, what can they say? What can the defense say at this point that would change anything you just heard? Can they say anything? What can they say? Can they say anything? What would be the possible defense to anything that she has done? Is there anything that you guys can think of that it would be like, you know what? You know, take it to trial. Because what else can you do? I really want to know, what can you, only thing her lawyer can say is make them prove it. Make them prove it. The other thing I was thinking is that we know that her son did go to trial. So daughter didn't go to trial. She just took the guilty plea, and apparently she's going to be witness number one. So the actual wife of the deceased is going to testify against her mother, has testified against her brother. But we know the one person that did take it to trial, while he did come out guilty, he did not get found guilty of a conspiracy, right? Of making an agreement with these people to take this man out. I don't know how. I did not watch his trial. I think I only watched their preliminary hearing is what I think I watched of this, because they were all in the same preliminary hearing. So with the son taking it to trial, being found guilty of everything but agreeing with these people, I guess the only conspiracy part that they actually have is the daughter saying, yes, I worked with my mom and my brother to take my husband out. And, you know, that can kind of be heads or tails, you know, it can be up and down depending on what you believe, because some people may believe she's telling the truth, and some people may be saying, okay, you saying this so you can keep your little sweet deal. So maybe it's a conspiracy evidence. I don't know. We're going to find out, though.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Dana Facemeyer. And thank you for being here today. I know that you've all seen jury trials before because we all own TVs. So we've seen jury trials, but they're much different. Yesterday, I don't know if you've ever seen that on TV, where judges will ask questions and lawyers will ask questions. Some are personal and some are not personal. You know, some are just, who are you? Is this working? Hello, hello. Yeah. And so this is how real life trial work is. It's sometimes very planned out, and sometimes things aren't planned out. Sometimes things happen during a trial that no one expects. But today, this case is about a murder, and that's a pretty horrific thing. When I first became a lawyer, I had the chance to get involved in a murder, and I was surprised at the photos I had to view. They're gory, and there will be some here. And I apologize that you have to view them, but as the jurors, that's your responsibility to view and review evidence. However, one thing that you need to know is that almost everything presented to you in this trial, we all have known for a long time. We've been working on this case for a long time. We've had hearings before the judge. We've had hearings where witnesses have taken the stand. We've had pretrial stuff going on. And so all of these text messages and recorded calls and pictures of the crime scene, and we've seen it for a long time. So if you feel like we're a little desensitized from what you're seeing, just know that it's because it's the 50th or 100th time we've seen this stuff. And so our desensitizing of some of these horrific things is just because of repetition. This case, in large sense, is what the opening statement presented. However, I was so confused in the opening statement because I know a lot of what he was saying, but it's still really confusing. And so he asked you to take notes and to, keep things together because it is confusing. There's a lot of things that are at play in this case, including things after the murder occurred. This is the family. That's the easiest part of every exhibit in this whole case. This is my client, Tracy. These are her kids. And this is her kid, Kate. And Kate sort of comes in between Kevin and Tim. And she married Matthew. And they have 2 kids. And then Matthew has mom, Diane. That's the easiest exhibit we'll have. Everything else is a little bit hard to see and hard to differentiate. I think the thing that will be most apparent in this case is that as this case moved forward, there became a narrative. This is what happened. This is what happened. This is how it happened. And this is what happened. The problem is their narrative decided the evidence, and they've never left their narrative. They never allowed for the evidence to speak for itself and then determine what really happened. The narrative has continued to press how the evidence is interpreted, is decided, and that's an error. That's an error in police work. You don't let the narrative decide the case. You let the evidence decide the case. Interesting fact about this case is that the murder occurred, and then Kevin was arrested, and then many months later, Kate and Tracy were arrested. And it was because of law enforcement, really the gritty part of work. They went and they started scouring things and looking at things, and they said to themselves, hey, we don't just have Kevin killing a guy, we have this conspiracy between Tracy and Kate, and therefore we need to arrest them. And they arrested them. What happened in between the actual time of the murder and when they were arrested, we're going to hear about some things there. Then you're also going to hear about some things that happened after they were arrested until finally many, many months later, after many, many, many hearings later, after witnesses had testified and all of these pictures you've already seen have been shown and things of that nature, Kate decides to enter a plea. And she decides to enter a plea, not a year after she's been incarcerated, but a little bit less. So she's known about the evidence in this case. She's known what they're saying against her. She knows what they're arguing, that you're part of the conspiracy. She's talked to her lawyer about it. They've come up with a plea deal. And she has decided this is the best way for me to move forward in this case. And the best way for me to move forward in this case, given everything they have, is for me to enter a plea and come up with as close of a cap of jail time, prison time that I'm going to serve. And she has that right. You know, very few cases go to trial in criminal work. Very few. The vast, vast majority, almost 90+%, don't go to trial. And Kate's was one of those. Hers didn't go to trial. Kevin's, on the other hand, did go to trial. Kevin's case went to trial a couple months. And so the big whodunit is not part of this case. Frankly, we all know who did it. Everybody. We all know Kevin shot Matt. The murder in and of itself is decided. Completely decided. And the state will have an opportunity to show you pictures and show you a medical examination and show you all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. And frankly, Kevin has already been found guilty. Kevin's already been sentenced to prison. And so we'll spend time going over that part of it. But what we're here today is about whether or not my client conspired with Kevin and Kate to kill Matt. And I think as you go through this case, you will say to yourselves, this is the messiest conspiracy I've ever seen. These guys are up and down and sideways and leftways. They sort of sound like a family who doesn't really function great, but they function. Who goes to Disneyland, you'll hear about that. As a whole group.
Dummies.
And yet the marriage is on the rocks. Marriages is tough. Kate and Matt's marriages is like really, really strenuous. You'll hear Kate testify in just a few minutes. And when she testifies, you will see how her testimony is determined by the narrative already decided. You must plead to conspiracy, Kate. You must plead to conspiracy because we need our other conspirator, Tracy. So we must gravitate the evidence so that we get all of our people, Tracy and Kate. We'll leave Terrell alone. We won't charge her, even though the officer at one point said, I sort of thought we should have charged her. And Rachel, we'll leave her alone. And the officer said it one hearing before. I sort of think probably should have charged her. Maybe charge the whole family. I don't know what their thought was.
Everybody in that group chat.
But I think what you'll see in this case on July 12th, 2024, is that a guy who's coming up from California to see his two kids for the first time in a few weeks, after his wife left him a note, a text, and he's coming up to see him. And you'll actually hear phone recordings between Kate and Matthew about the anxiousness of coming to see each other. You'll hear it. And hours later, he'll be killed. It's a crazy deal. You'll hear about Kate's desire to look at a divorce as an option. Look at a divorce as an option? Like, that is the option, as opposed to murder. I don't know if you know, but people get divorced all the time. I know people divorced. This building knows lots of people divorced. I know people who actually are divorced and share time with kids with the other parent. I know of that. I'm aware of that. I don't know how it ever came to this point. I don't know how this guy right here, Kevin, decided that was not the option. Even though he lives in a family.
You want something done, you better do it all by
I don't know
yourself.
how Kate decided that that was an option, even though she lives in a family of divorce, where she communicates to all of them.
He gonna call a spade a
I don't
spade.
know why they're arguing Tracy would make that the option. And she has lived in a family of divorce. This is just tragic. It's a tragic story. Beyond belief to me that someone would go to this extent. There's a few things that are going to come out that you haven't been told yet. that will really make the deciding factor on how did this whole plan come together? When did this whole plan come together? And I think you'll just feel like I feel. It's just messy. It's really messy. No real plan. It's just a moment of craziness. A moment of craziness. I think that's what you'll find in this case. As we begin with our first witnesses, you'll see.
Or some dysfunctional folks making them. And that might look
Our
like
opening instructions, which are somewhere here, thank you. There's a few things the judge said, and they keep the instructions with them, don't they, Your Honor? Yeah, you have the instructions. I write a few things down. Number 6, it says evidence. A lot of people get confused. Well, a lot of people call my office, hey, Ms. Facemeyer, I got this case, but I don't have any evidence. Well, what happened? Well, I was outside and this guy kicked me in the leg and, I got a bruise, and I guess a bruise is evidence. And I say to him, well, what's evidence? Is you testify. That's evidence. That's actually evidence in almost every single case. Testimony. Testimony is evidence. What you hear on the stand is evidence. The problem is when you go to deliberate, you don't get a copy of it anymore. So you can't go back and, can I re-listen to that? That's not available. You need to remember. And as a group, you need to confer and deliberate. That's a legal term, right? So evidence is testimony. So take notes of the things you remember as best you can. No one's perfect. I'm not perfect. But do that. Because those things are really what determines this case. I find an interesting thing, and I'm sort of bothered about this jury instruction. I'll tell you why. It's the jury instruction that says, it's number 3, I think. No, it's number, where is it?
you're gonna have a spicy cross-examination with Kate and just
Yeah, number 5. Role of judge, jury, and lawyers. You know what my role is. You know what the lawyers' roles are. Our roles are to advocate for our client's position, right? But it says here, all of us, judge, jury, and lawyers, are officers.
all right, 1 second. Why this? I don't know why it keeps dropping like this, but we gonna. Okay, here we go. We're back.
Easier road. We're all officers. We're all part of the process.
So that I
As a
switched
judge,
networks.
supervises the
Maybe
trial.
2G would be a little bit more.
As a jury, you are what we call fact finders. You determine facts. In the end, your deliberation and your decision determines facts as best as can be. And so because you're the fact finder, no longer is a judge our fact finder. We certainly aren't fact finders. You guys are. And because you're fact finders, what you remember, what you recall, what you write down, what you pay attention to, what you see, you will have to come up with the facts. However, there's a caveat. And that caveat is based on the United States Constitution. In the United States Constitution, we have certain rights and privileges. Bill of Rights, I'm sure you've heard of them. One of those rights is the defendant has no burden of proof. When you're charged with a criminal case, the burden is upon the state. The state has the burden to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the law. There's nothing in the Constitution that says the defendant has to prove anything. Indeed, after a state's case is concluded, the defendant can just say, I'm done. Thanks. Did they do it? Did they prove it? because that's our constitutional.
You say, Keisha, you
rights
gonna
here.
tell them to prove it.
And so as you go through your fact-finding part, it's the burden of the state to determine whether or not they prove the case. Lastly, we had a big trial here in Utah not too long ago, and my daughter was all into these trials, and she listens to them. And one day she said to me, Dad, she's older, she's 36. Dad, the defense didn't call a witness. What does that mean? Now, my daughter's known I've been a lawyer pretty much all her life, so surprised she said. I said, honey, on almost every single case you have, all the witnesses are known. Everybody. I don't know who the witnesses are. I've known for ages who these witnesses are going to be. They're all witnesses that each party is going to take advantage of their opportunity to testify. And so whether I call them as a witness or don't call them as a witness, the fact that they're here and that they're involved in the case is why they're here. So whether the defense calls a witness or doesn't call a witness, it's not because of anything more than we all know who the people, the players, we all know who the players in the game are. All of us. It's not a surprise. So as you listen to this case, don't be surprised that we know these witnesses and we are able to talk to them because we've done it before and on other cases it will continue that way. I don't know how long exactly this trial is going to take. It's scheduled for 3 weeks. But the evidence will be presented to you over time. And as you go through this process with binders of exhibits, you have an opportunity for it. I think you will find this is just a messy deal that just got out of hand. And one guy murdered him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Facemer. Counsel, could I see up here for a second, please?
All right, looks like we rolling straight into witness one, which both sides have said is Kate Rostelli, wife of the decedent. And saying this is just a messy deal that just got out of hand is, I mean, no matter how great or not so great of a plan it was, if it was a plan, it was a plan. You can't say because it wasn't a good plan or they not good at putting shit together with their dysfunctional selves. That don't mean that it wasn't a plan nonetheless. The plan was to take this man out, no matter if they can't tell they right from left, if somebody is behind them,
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a brief break for you to do a restroom break. When you come back in about 10, 15 minutes, we're going to call our first witness. We'll go to about noonish, and then we'll take our lunch break and then come back and do our afternoon session. So right now, let's take a recess for the jury.
All rise for the jury.
All right, well, they're going to take a... Well, they took a recess. I skipped the recess, y'all.
Let's go back on the record. The matter of State versus Grist, case 241101170. There you are. Good morning, Mr. Brown. Thank you for coming down. We're ready to bring out the next witness.
We are.
Yeah, Mr. Brown, that's going to be confusing for the record.
It was last time as well.
All right, let's bring out the jury, please.
Now, wait a minute, because this looks like it's not live anymore. Oh, okay, it is.
All rise for the jury.
I think we're only about 8 minutes behind at this point, so you didn't pretty much caught up.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, our break went a little bit longer. We're waiting for the next witness to finish up another court hearing and come down. He's done that now. We're ready to proceed. Mr. Brown,
The state would call Catherine Rostelli.
bring up Ms. Rostelli, please. Ms. Rostelli, if you'd come have a seat up here. Please have a seat there. Officer, if you could help by moving the mic forward and down towards her, please. All right, Ms. Rostelli, I know you've testified before. Just keep in mind to let the attorneys finish asking the question before we respond, give direct answers, and give verbal responses, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Rowe.
Ms. Rostelli, would you please state your full name and spell your first and last?
Catherine Rostelli, Kathryn.
If that was my son, you would still be here having a name.
Thank you. Are you okay if I call you Kate throughout this?
Absolutely.
Okay. Kate, who is Tracy Grist?
She is my mother.
You see Ms. Grist in the courtroom today?
You?
Oh, we got
Was
it.
sworn in.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the laws of the state of Utah on penalty of perjury that the testimony given this matter today will be true and correct, so help you God?
Okay, let's start again. Would you please state your name for the record?
Catherine Rostelli, Kathryn Restelli.
Thank you. And who is Tracy Grist?
She is my mother.
Okay, and do you see Tracy in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay, would you please point her out with an article of clothing?
Blue and white dress.
I'd ask that the record reflect that she identified the defendant.
So noted, thank you.
Okay, Kate, why are you testifying in handcuffs?
Because I am a resident at Utah State Correctional Facility.
Why are you-
Prison.
And why are you in prison?
Because I pled guilty to the murder of my husband.
What other charges did you plead guilty to?
Conspiracy and criminal discharge of a firearm.
And you said you pled guilty to the murder of your husband.
Yes,
What is
Matthew Rostelli.
Thank you. His name is Matthew Rostelli.
Yes,
Who did you conspire with to murder Matt Rostelli?
my mother, Tracy Grist,
And who else?
and Kevin Ellis, my brother.
Now you said you're in prison. Is it fair to say that you reached you pled guilty, correct?
I did.
And why did you plead guilty?
I pled guilty because I wanted
Resident is crazy.
for Matt. I wanted justice for his children, and the truth needed to be said.
His children are y'all
Is
children.
it fair to say that you received a plea deal from the state in exchange for your plea?
Yes,
And Is it fair to say that your possibility of parole is sooner than it might otherwise be?
Yes,
Is it also fair to say, though, that you still have a life possibility?
yes, I do.
Which was the more driving factor for you? The reduced possibility of, or the more favorable possibility of release, or the truth coming out?
I went to my attorney and I told him I wanted to tell the truth. I did not know what deal would come out of telling the truth. I wanted the truth.
And are you here to tell the truth to the jury today?
Yes.
Let's back up a little bit. Tell me about your relationship with Matt.
My mama, the wooden shoes with a
It was,
May I approach the witness? Yes, thank you.
like they tried to get Bush.
If you need a water or something, just let us know.
Oh, what a nervous
Thank you.
Oh,
It wasn't the best marriage.
let me close the window for my neighbors here.
Let's talk timelines. When did you guys meet?
We met in November of 2008.
And how long did you guys date before getting married?
We got married in November 2016. I think that was 8 years. Not
About.
Yeah.
And did you and Matt have children?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and how old are they? And what are their names?
Matthew has a son from a previous relationship. His name is Lucas, and he's 21. And then we have a daughter who is Cheyenne. She's 8, and a son who's 5. His name is Steele.
You said you got married in 2016. When was Cheyenne born?
August of 2016. August of 2017. I was 2 weeks pregnant at the wedding, and I had no idea.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about that relationship. You said what was the word you used? It was hard. What did you say at the beginning?
It wasn't perfect. It wasn't the best.
Okay. How did it begin at the beginning of the marriage? How were things?
At the beginning of the marriage,
Never been.
it was so. We had our arguments, but it was something that I was stubborn and I wanted it to work.
And how did the relationship improve over the years, or did it deteriorate over the years?
It stayed pretty steady, but when COVID hit, it really got strained.
How so?
Spending a lot of time together and financial burdens really took a toll on our marriage.
Would you guys fight often?
Yes.
Would those fights become physical?
Never physical. I don't recall any pushing, but it was very verbal.
A lot of yelling.
A lot of yelling, yes.
Name calling
Yes.
from both sides.
Yes.
I got some names I want to call your ass.
Tell me a little bit about where you and Matt lived.
We lived in Temecula, California. To be more specific, Awanga, California. It was a rural little piece of property. It was about 7 acres. And for the first part of our marriage, first part of our relationship, we lived in a fifth wheel, and then we were given a home by his parents.
You said it was rural.
Gave you a
How rural are we talking?
The nearest neighbor was about a mile away, but it was right off of a 1-lane highway. So it was about 15 minutes to the nearest gas station, Walmart.
Okay, so town was about 15 miles or 15 minutes away.
Yes.
You said it was 7 acres,
Yes.
and the closest neighbor was about a mile away.
Yes.
Did you have neighbors all around you, or how was the property laid out?
It was pretty spread out. The property is surrounded by Cleveland National Forest.
Did you guys have wildlife there?
Yeah, her ass.
What are some of the wildlife that you had there?
Bobcats, cougars, wild turkeys, quail.
Your big boy ass
dogs.
took this man out,
Other
gave you a house. You up here
wildlife off the top of my head.
Nancy,
Would you see the wildlife often?
asking for cardboard.
Occasionally.
Whooped.
we saw a bobcat
Oh, I need
the night we brought home my daughter from, no, it was my son, excuse me. It was my son from the hospital. We saw a bobcat and Matt actually shot and killed it because he thought it was a bigger cat,
Like what? Like what would be a bigger cat?
a bobcat, or not, excuse me, a cougar, like a mountain lion.
Did you guys have mountain lions in the area?
Yes.
Did you ever see one?
Yeah, I saw one across the street in a big field. During the day, we took our binoculars and we were watching it.
What about Matt? Did you ever run into mountain lions?
I believe so, yeah. Even in Orange County, where his parents live, he had a pretty big encounter with a mountain lion.
Tell me about Matt. What were his hobbies?
He liked to bike ride. He occasionally liked to fish. He liked being outdoors. He liked to work on mechanics. Anything with his hands.
And would he report having, well, strike that. You said COVID things got really hard,
Yes,
right? Spending a lot of time together.
Damn.
yes,
Yeah, 10 o'clock.
Financial situations were hard.
yes.
Ultimately, did you step out on the marriage?
Yes, I did.
You raggedy bitch.
It was about a year before the murder in June of 23.
Was that an additional source of contention between you two?
I never was truthful with him. He had an idea, but I never confirmed it.
But were there accusations made?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about, you'll see in front of you and if we could put up State's Exhibit 1 for the witness only. You see that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, does that match this demonstrative exhibit that's right here to your left?
Yes, it does.
Okay, if we could, say we move to admit State's Exhibit 1.
Any objection? So admitted, thank you.
Let me tell y'all something. I ain't gonna never tell nobody to settle or anything like that. But what I'm saying is there is a big difference between a motherfucker that be like, well, what you want me to do? Or, somebody like my damn daddy, I'll see what I can do about it and don't never call back. And you got somebody who will change all 4 tires and a starter before lunchtime and say, hey, I didn't get to that oil drip. Give me a piece of cardboard and I'm going to travel from California to Utah to go up this hill to save my marriage. And your ass in a house, like he might not have been able to give you the best, but he might not even have been able to. You told me we had a little piece of property. He had you on 7 acres. Get your ass out there with a stick and a hoe and plant something then. If you want something dip, like land, bitch, like Jesus. Then his family give you a house. You ain't worked for shit and you got the had the nerve to go somewhere on this hard-working man living in a house that his people then gave you, and you just gonna lay it low and spread it wide. And just gonna sit up here and say it with a straight face, this man that left up off this earth by way of your raggedy ass and your mama at the hands of your brother still don't have all the information tormented in his head about whether or not your ass stepped out on him, and he still got in that truck that he just fixed on lunch to come get you. Baby.
Publish to the jury, please.
Where that Pepsi? Please.
Yeah, we're going to talk through all the people on this board.
Okay.
First, in the blue up top, we've already identified Tracy Grist as your mother, correct?
Yes.
In 2024, where did Tracy live?
Utah.
What part of
American
Utah?
Fork, Utah.
Okay. And then going down to her family tree on the far left, who is Tara Lynn Fisher?
She is my older sister.
I got it, Mr.
Okay, and where does she live? Or where did she live in 2024?
She lived in Carlsbad, California.
How far was that from Temecula or Awanga?
About an hour drive, 45 if you get lucky.
What was your relationship like with Tara Lynn?
It was really good. I would definitely call her one of my best friends.
Would you confide in her the problems you were having?
Absolutely.
Okay, next to Tara Lynn, who's Kevin Ellis?
Kevin Ellis is my younger brother.
Okay, and where did, in 2024, where did Kevin live?
He lived in American Fork with my mother.
Logistically, how is Tracy's house laid out? Where were the rooms?
So it's a 3-story, well, I guess it's a 2-story with a basement. On the ground level, there's an office that Rory would use to have her games. Downstairs, it's a basement, and Jacob had the downstairs bedroom, and there was like a game room and a extra living room. And then going all the way upstairs, it's when you come to the top of the stairs, it's Rory's bedroom, Kevin's bedroom, a bathroom, and then my mother's room.
So obviously you're Kate Rostelli, and then to the right of you is Tim Ellis. Who is Tim?
Tell
Tim Ellis is my younger brother
big
And
wide
in 2024, where did Tim live?
shoulder
in
piece.
Pleasant Grove, Utah.
How far would you say that was from your mom, if you know?
2 to 3 minutes.
And then to the right of Tim is who?
Rachel Jorgensen, my younger sister,
Okay, and where did Rachel live in 2024?
in Ogden.
And then to the right of her is Jacob Trujillo.
Yes.
And who is that?
He is my younger brother, and he lived in American Fork downstairs with my mother.
You indicated he was in the basement, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a finished basement. So
Okay, yeah. So rooms down there and carpet, and yeah. To the right of him is who is that?
that is Rory, and that is my youngest sister. And she also lived at home with my mom in American Fork.
And is that who you referred to? Would you?
So you just wanted to share a room with your sisters again?
All right. Now moving over to the yellow, who is Diane Rostelli?
Diane Rostelli is Matthew's mother.
Don't you say her name.
And then obviously we have Matthew, and you've already identified Cheyenne and Steele, your children, correct?
Yes.
We can take that down. Of that group, who would you say you were closest to?
Definitely Tara Lynn.
Okay, and then after Tara Lynn, who would you say you were closest to?
Next would probably be my mother.
And then after her?
I wasn't really as close with Rachel as I am now. I believe that being in jail and going through all of this brought me closer to Rachel. She's significantly younger than I am. So I wouldn't bother her with my marriage problems because she had such a good marriage. I didn't want her to be discouraged.
Were you close with Kevin?
You was jealous and you ain't.
How often would you say you spoke to Kevin? Let's go from January 24 till June of 24 when you came out here.
I don't think I spoke with him at all during January, February, March, April, May, or the only time in June was when I was coming out and he provided me the gate code. He told me that he would help me
Take
unload the
Karina
car
shit.
when
Now,
we got there.
you did have a family trip in February, right?
Yes, that's right.
Did you talk to him then?
Briefly, yes.
But you weren't close.
No, I don't think so.
Would you confide in him your problems with Matt?
Absolutely not.
And what about Tim?
Tim, I barely talked to him. I did speak with him in February because we're both huge Disney fans, so we bonded over that. But other than that,
And Rory and Jacob?
same thing. Just brief conversations, nothing really substantial.
Is it fair to say that Kevin, Tim, Rory, Jacob weren't in the same stage of life as you were?
Correct.
And so there wasn't a whole lot to talk about. Is that fair?
Yes.
Beyond normal sibling things.
Yes.
Would you confide in any of them, those four, your problems with Matt?
No.
So really, is it fair? So Carolyn and your mom were the two you confided in,
Yes.
and not Rachel, because you said you didn't want to burden her or taint her view of marriage, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that over the first 6 months of 2024, that your relationship with Matt was continuing to deteriorate?
Yes.
Can we put up for the witness Exhibit 28, please? 28. You have a binder up there. If you want to refer to it, you can, but if not, it will show up on your screen.
Okay, thank you.
Might be easier on the screen.
Please
Can
refer
you just take a look at that exhibit?
to read.
When you recognize what it is, just look up and let me know.
My God.
If you want us to scroll down, we can. Okay, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What does that appear to be?
That is a text message between me and my mother.
Okay, does it appear to be an accurate representation of that conversation you had with her?
Yes.
State would move at this time to admit State's Exhibit 28.
Any objection? Thank you, so admitted.
We could go to page 3 of that.
Woo.
Thank you. What, that first message at the top, what's the date on that? And if we could publish this to the jury, please.
The date on that is January 13th, 2024.
Can you blow it up? It's impossible to read for the jury.
Thank you. Okay, and that first text message there on page 3, what does it say?
At this point, I don't know if Matt will be going to Disney. We've been fighting so much. I want out.
When you say I want out, what did you mean?
I want out of the marriage.
And this was in January of 2024, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and if we could scroll down, what was your mom's response?
Sure.
Okay. And then let's scroll down to the page 4, please. Okay, on your right, what do you say at 9:08 in the evening?
I can't recover it.
And what are you referring to?
The fight that we were having, I was trying to get him to agree to go to Disney, because if he didn't go to Disney, I felt like it would be held over my head that I took our children to Disneyland without him.
Okay. And then if we could go to page, go to the next page, please. Keep going. Next page. Okay. You could read that message on the left. From who's that from?
That is from my mother to me.
What'd she say?
I just told your husband, don't mess with my child. I want you to know I meant that.
What happened prior to this message?
My mother called Matt.
Do you know what she said?
No, I don't. I was not in the room. And Matt didn't have her on speaker. I know that after she told me what she said, I was like, oh, all right.
What did she tell you that she said?
That she
Or is it this?
told,
Is
it's
this
pretty
what
much that she told him not to mess with me.
Okay. Can you please scroll down?
Woo.
Okay, let's stop there. Could you please read that message from your mom?
He asked if it was a threat, and I said I just wanted him to not react.
And the next one, please.
But that's only because I was watering down my words.
What is that? What did that mean to you?
She was sugarcoating. She was.
So hold on. If he objects, just pause for a second.
I'm sorry.
Calls for speculation.
I asked her what it meant to her, not what her mom meant by it, but what did she interpret?
All not under that, guys.
What did it mean to me? It meant that she had said harsh words and that she was able to sugarcoat it to where he didn't realize that she was actually being rude and threatening.
Okay. Let's scroll down, please. Let's keep going towards the end. Well, actually, let me pause there. How did Matt respond to that?
He did not like that phone call at all.
Okay. And you relayed that to your mom, correct?
I did.
Okay, continue on. Go to Tracy's next message, please. Okay. So you tell your mom that Matt was mad about it. What was her response to you?
She said that she wouldn't call him. And she said, just try to sleep. I won't call him. And then she said, I'll drive 9 hours and strangle him.
What did that mean to you?
I didn't think it was serious. I thought it was more of a figure of speech, but I know that she was not keen on Matt.
How'd you know that those two didn't get along? You can take this down, please.
They had arguments at my house and they both voiced it to me.
Actually, sorry, let's put that back up. Go to page 10, please. Yes, publish, please. Yes, it's still the same exhibit. Okay.
I'm here.
What's the date on this text message?
January 14th, 2024,
On a two-finger turtleneck.
8:30 in the morning.
So fair to say the next morning?
Is that nowhere?
And what do you say to your mom?
Matt's really upset that you quote unquote threatened him. He wants to call you and make sure that you battle the shit out of threatening him. And I believe I misspoke on that. And I think I meant to say backpedal.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So like, take it back.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what you meant.
Yes. I
Okay,
was
what
telling her to undo it.
All right. If we could scroll down, what was her response?
Okay.
And the next?
Fuck him. He can call. I will act innocent enough, but he doesn't have the balls to call me.
Thank you. You can take that down. We could show just the witness exhibit 31, please. Yes. I did, yes. Yes. And we'll look at this in just a second, but that exchange was in January.
Yes.
Ultimately, did the Disney trip happen or not happen?
The Disney trip happened. It had some hiccups, but it did happen.
And did Matt go on it with you?
Yes, he did.
Okay. After coming back from Disney, did that fix your relationship?
No. Sorry.
It's fair, right? Like, is it fair to say your problems were bigger than that?
Yes.
Okay. And did you continue to share your frustration with your family members?
I did.
In particular, your mom and Tara Lynn?
Yes, I did.
If you take a look at your screen, this has previously been marked as CS Exhibit 31. When you recognize it, just let me know. Okay. Does that appear to be a conversation, another text thread between you and your mother?
Yes, it does.
The state would move to admit states 31.
The objection? No, thank you, so admitted.
Okay, if we can publish, please. And if we blow that up, please. Thank you. Okay, what's the date on this text thread?
May 22nd, 2024.
Okay, and what do you say to your mom?
I hate my life, Mom.
And the next one?
I hate that I have kids with Matt.
Do you remember what was going on around this time?
Just another argument. Just, I
Hey,
can't tell you what the argument was about.
Hate that you.
I don't remember.
We go to the next page, please.
It's crazy.
Yeah, well, actually, we'll pass on that one. Do you remember? Would your mom come to visit? And if we could unpublish it, please. Did your mom come to visit you guys in California?
Yes, she did.
Do you remember if she came out to visit you right around this time frame, end of May of 2024?
Yes, I believe she did.
You wouldn't have been in my house.
Do you remember how that visit went?
I believe she was out to visit her friend. I don't recall if she had just passed or was extremely sick. Her friend being extremely sick.
And remember what her friend's name was?
Amy McQuillan.
Okay. And while they were visiting her, she came to see you. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, she did stay at my house.
And was there anything significant that stuck out to you about that visit? Is there anything that you remember?
I know that Matt and my mom had a little argument, a little tiff, but it wasn't really anything that Matt made a comment to me after my mom left that my mom asked why I was spending so much time in my camper. I would be in my camper smoking weed, and he stated that she asked why I was in there so often for so long. And I thought nothing of it. I eventually asked my mom about it, and she said, no, I didn't ask that. That's him. He's lying. And from there, she got upset that he was painting the picture that she cared what I was doing in the camper.
Okay. Was it a source of contention between Matt and your mom? This argument?
Yes.
And that was at the end of May of 2024. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
We could show the witness States Exhibit 24. Okay, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
This appears to be a conversation between you and Carolyn Fisher.
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit States Exhibit 24.
Any objection? Thank you. So admitted without objection.
If we could publish, please. Okay. Again, who is this conversation between?
Myself and my older sister, Carolyn.
And Carolyn's the one that lived in Carlsbad, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. What's the date on this communication?
June 6th, 2024.
If it says June 8th, would that be-
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No
Yeah, June
worries.
8th. My apologies.
What do you say to Carolyn?
I hate Matt. I need out so bad.
You remember why you hated him so much right then?
Another argument, just something that he was just belittling me about, just another stupid argument.
Okay. If we could go to page 2, please. Keep going. Let's stop there. 5:55 p.m. that evening, what do you ask Carolyn?
How do I get out?
And if we could scroll to the next page for her response. Keep going. Keep going. Right there. Could you please read that third one down?
You literally have to do it one step at a time. I think talking to mom about that storage unit, a very small one, putting most of your valuable things, the few favorite toys of the kids or whatever for outfits, whatever you need to start pre-planning.
What did you understand for pre-planning?
Pre-planning to go to Utah to go be with my mom and take my kids.
And did you talk to your mother about that storage unit?
I don't know if I actually talked to my mom about the storage unit. I know that Tara Lynn and my mom talked about the storage unit, and Tara Lynn is the one who ended up renting the storage unit for me in her name. So it would have no paper trail back to me, and Matt would have no idea.
Okay. What did you begin to do when we could unpublish this? But what did you begin to do with that storage unit? I
put anything that was near and dear to my heart. A lot of the children's clothes. I enjoy doing letterboards. Letterboards are little felt boards that you put letters on. I put all of them in there. I put my Christmas tree.
So you began to fill it.
I'm sorry?
You began to fill it.
Yes, I did.
And what was the intention at that time? You said you were pre-planning. You were pre-planning for what?
To leave Matt.
And did you have an anticipated time you were going to do that?
Story.
We were trying to work out the details. It required my mother sending me a credit card that she was putting me on to be able to rent a vehicle to drive out to Utah, because Matt and I did not have money to do that.
Do you remember plans to go to Vegas around that time?
Yes, I do.
And what was your plan after the Vegas trip?
I was actually going to leave from the Vegas trip to my mother's.
And who had you talked about that with?
My mom,
Anybody else?
Tara Lynn.
If we could show to the witness Exhibit 25, please. Going to scroll down a little bit. Okay, once you recognize this, same procedure. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And does that appear to be a conversation between you and your mother?
Yes, it does.
Does it appear to accurately reflect that conversation?
Yes.
If I could say we move to admit State's Exhibit 25.
Any objection?
Okay.
So admitted, thank you.
If we could publish to the jury, please, page 1. Okay. Read that message that you, actually, what's the date on that message?
Blow it
June.
up, please.
And blow it a little bit more.
June 15th, 2024.
Okay. And who are you talking to here?
I am talking to my mom.
And what do you say?
Diane just said we probably shouldn't go to Vegas.
And you've identified this earlier, but who is Diane?
Diane is Matt's mother.
Okay. If we could go to page 3, please. Scroll down, right there. Later that day, what does your mom ask you?
Hey, what is your SS number?
What was the purpose of this, if you remember?
Being able to put me on her Costco credit card.
Okay, you can go ahead and unpublish that.
I'm getting ready to look up hers real quick because let me see. Because she did say okay. So she has up to life. So it's 5 to life. So what they end up giving her is 1 to 15 on each of the on the M and conspiracy to commit M. And then the felony discharge of a firearm was 5 to life. So basically she has 6 to life that she has to do, which is why they were saying that she's really at a point where parole could be around the corner, even though the possibility for her, it could be life. I heard him say that at the beginning when they said you could be out, like parole could be around the corner, parole could be tomorrow, parole, you could have a parole hearing real quick, but then you could also, you have the possibility of life.
Did your mom put you on the credit card?
Yes, she did.
And what did you get? How'd that happen?
She had it mailed to her house, and then from her house, she mailed it to my P.O. box that I held at the UPS store.
And was a card in your name?
Yes, it was.
And what did Matt know about this card?
No, he did not.
Was that the whole purpose of the card?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so where we're at is you've got a storage unit. You've been filling it with your valuables, correct?
Yes.
Roughly 6/16, your mom sends you a Costco credit card. Is that correct? Did you get it that same day, or did you get it a couple
The
days?
day that she asked me about the social security card, the social security number, no, I did not get it. It probably took about a week to get it.
A week, so that would
Is
be
she-
the 23rd of June, or
I don't recall. Probably sooner than that because I left on the 20th. So I probably got it on the 19th or the 18th.
you had it before you left, correct?
Yes, I needed it to rent the vehicle.
Let's just go ahead and publish again, states 25. And go to page 10, please. Scroll down to the bottom. Okay, on the 18th, do you see the message from your mom?
Yes,
And what does it say?
it will arrive at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
And what is that in reference to?
The card.
So is that consistent then with what you just said? You probably would have gotten it a day or two before.
Yeah, I believe I got it on the 19th.
We can go to the last page of that exhibit. Scroll down, please. Okay, that message at 4:15 p.m. on the 18th. What is that?
That is the information of the rental car place that I was going to use to rent the vehicle.
Did
Happy,
you rent the car without your mom?
say the thing.
Without her credit card, no. I don't believe so.
Could you have gone to Utah without her?
No.
Yeah, this was premeditated. All the way. Had a plan, set it up, lured him in,
Okay, so on the 20th.
tried to cover it
what
up.
did you do? Then over June 20th.
So June 20th, I got up like normal and I told Matt that I was going to go to work.
Yeah,
I
June
was
20th,
working
don't be
with
Put on my damn wedding
one
anniversary.
of the women at the school that my daughter attended, doing personal assisting, helping her manage her Airbnbs. So it was an under the table job. So I was able to bring my children, and I told Matt that
Hey,
I was
you
going
want
to work.
You pay your
and I was
taxes.
going to bring the kids, and we were going to have a fun day.
Okay.
Oh, you just
Where are you going to work?
corner.
No, I was not.
What did you do?
I drove down to the rental car place.
Have no pop.
Carolyn met me down there.
Crazy.
She watched my kids in the car as I rented
Get on
the
Art, so you bring me some pop.
excursion.
I can't take this.
I parked my truck that was in Matt's name in the Target parking lot. Took anything out of it that I needed, took the car seats, put them in the excursion, and locked the truck. Drove away, took a picture. Then I drove over to the storage unit, put anything that I needed immediately, my kids' clothes, their blankets, their pillows, some stuffies, things that I wanted at that moment into the excursion. It was pretty full. And then I gave Carolyn the key to the lock that was on the storage unit, knowing that she was going to clean it out the rest of the way because I was not going to be in California. I was going to Utah. And I proceeded to drive to Utah. My father was also in the car with my sister.
So at the time that you were cleaning out the storage unit and filling the excursion, were you coming back to California?
I had no intention of doing so, no.
You talked about taking the car seats out of the truck, put them into the excursion. Did you leave anything in the truck?
Yes, I dropped an Apple tag in the truck.
Okay, if we could show the witness exhibit 26, please. Where did that Apple AirTag come from?
Carolyn gave it to me.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 26. You recognize that communication?
I do.
Is that a conversation between you and Tara Lynn on the 20th of June?
Yes, it is.
You would move to admit State's Exhibit 26.
Any objection? Thank you, admitted.
We publish that for the jury. Thank you. If you could please read that first.
Let's blow it up.
A little more. Thanks. If you can read that first message, please.
I used the Apple AirTag that I had on Tabitha. So Mom and Rachel already had links to it. This is a screenshot from Rachel, whenever you want to put it, make sure that it's you either have alcohol or the Gorilla Tape or a good spot to slip it in the truck. I think in the truck may be better, maybe in the seat or something in the back seat. That way it doesn't get lost or fall off.
Okay. So you got that message at 8:30 in the morning. You could
Yes.
scroll to your response, please. How did you initially feel about putting an AirTag in the car?
I don't think I want to leave the tag in the truck. It gives me a bad feeling.
Remember why?
I didn't want Matt to find it, but my bad feeling was probably this whole trial.
Ultimately, we're going to publish that, but ultimately, did you decide to leave the AirTag?
I did.
Where did you put it?
In the middle of the driver and passenger seat, there's a bin that it's a catch-all bin, like almost like a bonus center console. I dropped it in that bin.
Okay. Let me show the witness State's Exhibit 2, please. Is that an accurate representation of where you left the
Yeah, I was
AirTag?
planning the whole time to
Yes, it
take
is.
them out, and they all.
Move to admit Exhibit 2.
Any objection? Thank you, so admitted.
You can publish it to the jury, please. It appears pretty visible from here. Was there more stuff in that bin when you put it in there?
I believe so.
And why did you put the AirTag in the truck?
Because I was fearful of Matt. I wanted to know where he was, if he was going to follow me out to Utah, if he drove the truck.
You knew the truck wasn't worth shit.
I wanted to see where he was going, if he was going to the bar, or I wanted to keep tabs on him.
And that was the initial reason you left. Is that correct?
Of his alcoholism.
Now, wait a minute. If you were scared of him and you wanted to see where he was going to be, that's one thing. But the next thing is you wanted to see if he was going to the bar, or you wanted to see if he was going to be with somebody, but you weren't planning on never coming back anyway. So why do it matter if he was laid up with Miss Gladys from around the corner? Why does it matter? This wasn't so you could see where he was going. This had nothing to do with his alcoholism. This had nothing to do with you being in fear of him. This had everything to do with y'all's plan from the very get-go.
No, because you wanted to keep tabs on him, see if he followed you, see if he went to the bar. That was the initial reason you left the AirTag, correct?
Yes.
Did ultimately you end up using it for something else?
Yes, we did.
Who had access? We can unpublish this. Who had access to monitoring the AirTag on the 20th when you left California?
Carolyn had it on her iPad. Rachel had it on her iPhone. My mom had it on her iPhone, and Kevin had it on his iPhone.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 3. See if you recognize that.
You said 3.
3, please. Yes. No, blow that up. Thank you.
All of them.
You recognize this?
6.
I do.
Yeah.
This appeared to be a Facebook thread between you and some of your family members.
Yes, it does.
It appeared to be an accurate representation of that thread.
Yes, it does.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 3.
Any objection? Thank you, so admitted.
We can publish the top of that first page.
Lori had that not the whole rest of the trial, didn't she?
Okay. Blow that up just a little bit more. You need to blow that up just a little bit more.
We need that prosecutor.
Who was on this thread?
Myself, Rachel, Carolyn, and my mother.
And was the purpose of this, what was the purpose of this thread? Do you remember?
I don't know the initial purpose. I think it was just to be able to give updates all in one.
You see,
It was the night I left. I drove out to Utah on 6/20, and at 9 o'clock, I was still on the road. I was close to my mother's house, but I was still on the road.
And this thread, is it fair to say in that first one, it was created that evening?
Yes.
Okay. And did you use this thread to track Matt's movements and to discuss his movements?
That seems plausible, yes.
Let's go and go to page 6. Scroll down. Okay, yeah, right there on that dismiss. You're telling someone you're concerned in case he has the wild hair and comes out. And
Girl, you was
what's the
already
response from
gone.
Rachel?
At least we would be able to track the truck as long as the air tag stays in there. That does help. I didn't think about doing that. It was a smart move.
So when you said it's plausible that you were using this thread to track his movements, is that what it appears you were doing with this particular thread?
Yes, it does.
You said Kevin had access to it, right?
Yes.
Do you know if Kevin monitored his you can unpublish this and put up exhibit 4 for the witness, please. Do you know if Kevin monitored Matt's location?
He did.
Let me show you what's been previously marked as state's exhibit 4.
Amen.
You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
It was, does this appear to be text threads between you and Kevin?
Yes, it is.
Let's go ahead and start on page 1. If we could, state would move to admit state's exhibit 4.
Any objection? Thank you, so admitted.
We publish, please. What date is that first text between you and Kevin, at least on this thread?
4/9/2024.
Okay. And then if we could scroll to the next page, please. And scroll down. Yep, that next one. The next thread between, or next exchange between you two was when?
June 20th, 2024.
So when you said earlier you didn't talk much, you weren't kidding. You don't talk much.
Correct.
Could we please go to page 8 and 9? Okay, what date is on that top message on the right?
June 26th, 2024.
Okay, and what do you say?
What day are you coming back? Wondering for Olaf.
Okay, and hold on. Who's Olaf? Or what is Olaf?
Olaf is our code name that we gave to Matt.
Why did you give him the name of Olaf?
It was Disney. I don't know if there was actually a reason behind it. I've heard.
Does the thing look goofy?
Just speak to your reasons.
I don't remember there being an actual reason. It was just a name that we could give Matt so that when I was talking about Matt to somebody, I would say Olaf and my children would not know who I was talking about.
Okay. But your children weren't present while you were sending this text message, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, what does he respond with? You asked him when he's coming back, well, actually, let's do this. Do you know where he was?
Where Kevin was?
Yeah.
I believe he was in Wendover.
Okay, and what does he tell you there?
Friday late.
Okay, can you scroll down, please.
Yes.
Response?
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
So she has testified already against her brother, who is the person who popped her husband. So he actually did the popping. Yes, Frozen's Olaf. You know what the heck they talking about. You know what you was trying to do with that. So yes, she's already testified against her brother. Her brother is currently serving 15 to life. And now she's testifying against her mother. As in her plea deal was for not only the unaliving in a I think it was unaliving and something else, but it was also for the conspiracy. And she got up there, and the first thing out of her mouth was that she conspired with her mother and her brother to take her husband out. No, we're still waiting. They're still deliberating on whether or not there will be an LWAP or a final destination for Demorris Hunter. So he had all the nicknames, didn't he? Demorris, Mike, Andy, Hunter.
Go on. What's he tell you next?
The tag is still active.
And to your knowledge, what is he referring to?
Yep, she did.
The Apple tag that was in the truck.
And that's on the 26th of June still.
Yes, it is.
Can you scroll down, please? And what do you ask?
Really?
Had you kind of stopped monitoring it at this point?
I did not have direct access to monitoring it. I had to ask Tara Lynn, Rachel, my mother, or Kevin to see it. I did not have direct access to it.
You didn't have an iPad that had access to it?
No, I did not.
Okay, scroll down. What is his response to you being surprised that the tag is still active?
If I have to rush back, I can make that happen.
Okay. Rush back for what?
In case Matt came out, at this point, there was no plan in place. This was for my peace of mind because I was very fearful of Matt.
So when you say no plan in place, no plan to do what?
No plan to murder Matt.
Okay. That hadn't formulated yet. Is that fair?
No, I had not.
But he expressed a willingness to come back and protect you.
Yes.
So now we're at the 26th of June. You said the plan hadn't been formulated yet to kill Matt.
Correct.
When did that start to come together?
I believe about a week and a half before he actually came out.
Okay, so if he came out on, well, what day did he come out?
He came out July 12th,
Okay, so you're saying a week to a week out,
in the
And-
beginning of July.
so early July.
Yeah.
Early July.
Yes.
And how did that plan begin to come about?
It was a conversation between me and my mother. We were trying to figure out how I could get out of this marriage. I was fearful that I was going to lose my children.
Okay. And you said the plan started to formulate. What, if anything, did she say to you?
She said we could have him come out and we can shoot him and act like it was self-defense.
Do you remember where you were when you had this conversation?
I believe we were out on the lawn. We had the conversation multiple times, but more often than not, we were out on the back lawn
Okay.
of her townhome.
We'll come back to that here in a minute. So that's the week to week and a half before Matt comes out, right?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to Kevin about that?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. When did you talk to Kevin about that?
I believe it was a couple days beforehand, if not the day of.
So when you say a couple days beforehand, you mean a couple days before the 12th
Yes.
or the day of? You're not sure.
Yes.
Okay. We'll come back to that here in a minute. Was having Matt come out, well, let me back up.
So y'all just,
What did she tell you would happen when Matt came out?
your dumbass brother, do you
That
see him with
she
his
or
he's
Kevin
like, cool.
would hurt and or kill Matt.
Was that the only plan that you and your mom were talking about to separate from Matt?
I had a conversation with an attorney trying to figure out my options, and I realized that my options were very limited.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about that. Do you remember what day you talked to that attorney?
July 11th.
So the day before,
I believe July 11th. I may be mistaken.
the day before
Yes.
Matt came out, is that right?
Yes.
So you'd already had conversations about having Matt come out and hurting him prior to talking to the attorney?
Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out what options you thought you had. You was on his people property in his people house, working under the table, ain't paying no taxes. So you can't confirm any type of income for those kids. You didn't took those kids, packed them up, and took that and ripped any type of custodial anything he would have had with his kids. You ripped that from him the month before because you left on June 20th. What options did your harebrained, big forehead, Uncle Fester looking ass think you had? Half the house, it ain't yours. The car, it ain't yours.
Did you record that call with the
did.
attorney? What'd you do with it once you recorded it?
I sent it to my mother.
Have you had an opportunity to listen to that call since then?
No, I have not.
At least part of that call?
I believe here in court.
Okay. State would move at this time to admit State's Exhibit 5.
Any objection? So admitted, thank you.
State would move to publish the first 4 minutes of that phone call.
Any objection to that? No. All right, thank you.
Are you on hold here?
I am. I'm waiting to speak with them.
It sounds like there's another voice besides yours. Who are you talking to?
That is Kevin's voice.
Where were you taking this call?
I believe I was upstairs in the primary bedroom, and Kevin's room is very close. And I don't recall what we were talking about, but that is Kevin's voice.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, you can continue.
So what you got?
Come here. I think. I don't know where Chip is. I have no idea. I just ran downstairs and
I got you.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. All right, so has anything been filed as of yet?
No, I'm at a loss.
You're at a loss as how to move forward?
Yes.
Okay. Did you move out or did he move out?
I am technically not moved out. I am on vacation.
Does he know it?
Does he know I'm on vacation? Yes.
I'm getting feedback.
So am I.
It wasn't this bad last time.
Now, this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard of in my life, but this is what she did. This goofball recorded a lot of conversations, including the ones with her mama and I believe his mama after he was gone. She kept recording the conversations. They was all on her phone. So it's worse than the text messages. I don't think we've heard somebody record the phone calls, but that provide all this context. But y'all, oh God. So she has multiple she recorded phone calls between her and him when he was coming. So that ain't sound right. When he was on his way to Utah to thinking he getting his wife back. Like, oh, y'all, yeah. Hopefully they fix that. But y'all hear her cackling with the dang on. Even Wendy set up and let the man see the dang on TV broke and tried to watch it with him like she ain't know she had busted. You know?
I think last time you actually had to end up playing it.
7, page 2.
Oh, I know you pop to the end.
5 to Utah, or to California.
Oh,
Correct.
Continue on, please. What's your response?
Exactly.
Continue.
Ouch. It hurts so bad.
Excellent.
No idea.
Just Walnick.
He was one of my really good friends.
How did you feel after?
Doing anything, then he has a much harder time.
There we go.
I don't know. I think. I don't know where Chip is. I have no idea. I just.
How to move forward?
Yes.
Okay. Did you move out or did he move out?
I am technically not moved out. I am on vacation.
Does he know it?
Does he know I'm on vacation? Yes.
No, does he know that you're leaving?
No, and that's because I'm so scared.
All right, so let's start off. Has there been domestic violence?
Nothing. No.
It's a lot of verbal abuse. He hits the kids, and so
Are we talking about spanking?
just aggressively grabbing the kids. I don't know.
Okay. Do you have financial help to get out?
So I'm at my mother's house in Utah.
Now you ain't even crying no
And
more.
I don't want to go home.
In Utah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also if you left Utah and he wasn't happy about it, he could file something and yank you back really quick, or at least yank the kids back.
That's true. That's
And
true.
where the kids go, you will go. So going to Utah is, unless he gives you permission, like, for example, he says, okay, Leah, let's take a time out. You can go to Utah for a while with the kids. And he gives that to you in text, so you've got proof. Kids, you can go to Utah and never come back. As long as you get them established up there. school and get your life established there before he files anything or starts to think about doing anything, then he has a much harder time of getting you to come back.
So
That's assuming you want to be in Utah.
no, I do want to be in Utah. In Utah, it takes 3 months to establish residency as an adult and then 6 months for a child.
Okay, if he
I want to talk about a couple of things that you discussed with the attorney. First, you told him at the outset that he hits the kids.
Yes,
Is that right?
yes.
But then you clarified. What did he actually do to the kids?
He grabs them aggressively. And
Like
just-
how?
Just pulls them out of a chair too hard.
Like by the arm?
Yes.
Okay. But doesn't hit them.
No, doesn't hit them. Spanks them, but doesn't hit them.
Sure. And you clarified that he doesn't hit you,
Correct.
but a lot of emotional abuse.
Yes.
How did you feel after that call about your options of divorce?
I felt like they were very, very minimal.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked, just the witness, as State's Exhibit 6, please. Is that on your screen?
Yes.
You recognize that conversation?
Yes, I do.
State, it is going to be an accurate representation of your conversation with the Chris Walnick.
I'm sorry, say that
Does it
again?
appear to be an accurate representation of your communication with Chris Walnick?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 6.
Any objection? No. So admitted, thank you.
Who is Chris? We can publish it, please. Who is Chris Walnick?
He was one of my really good friends. I've known for about a decade.
Okay. On the 8th of July, what does he say to you?
He said, 3 more days till you meet with a lawyer. How are you holding up?
So it's fair to say he was aware you were going to be meeting with a lawyer on the 11th.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to page 4, please. Scroll up one more page, so 3. Okay. What does he say to you on the 11th?
He asked he said, how did your attorney meeting go?
Okay, and scroll down to the next. What was your response?
Honestly, I'm fucked.
So
you was going, you
I
already.
feel like you had a good chance to divorce and keep the kids with you in Utah, did you?
No, I did not.
You discussed this with your mother?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, you sent her the attorney call, right?
Yes, I did.
Do you know whether or not she listened to it?
I have no idea.
We can unpublish that. Did you send that recording to anybody else?
I believe I tried to send it to Carolyn. I don't recall if it actually went through to her, but I do remember wanting to send it to her.
Did anybody help prepare you for that phone call?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you remember if you talked to anybody in advance of what you should tell the lawyer?
I probably said things in passing with my mother.
Okay. So to be clear, this is the evening of the 11th. You find out that, in your words, I'm fucked. Right?
Yes.
Earlier that day, had you been having communication with Matt?
I believe so, yes.
And what was the content of that communication?
That he wanted me to come home.
Okay. And what did you say?
I agreed.
We could show State's Exhibit. I'm going to introduce these in a batch, if that's all right, Mr. Basemeyer. If we could show her Exhibit 7 through 10, please. We'll take them one at a time. This is what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7. This appears to be a conversation between
What
you
is going on in the water in Utah, okay?
Yes, it does.
The state would move to admit State's Exhibit 7.
Any objection? No. Thank you, so
Okay,
admitted.
and if we could show her 8, please. This appeared to be a continuation of that conversation on, if you scroll down, please, with Matt on the 12th.
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 8.
Any objection? No. Thank you, so admitted.
Then number 9, please. This appeared to be a continuation of that communication with Matt the evening of the 12th.
Yes, it does.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 9.
Any objection? So ordered, thank you.
Then finally, State's Exhibit 10, please. Scroll down, please. Okay, does this appear to be a communication between you and your mom
Yes, it does.
on the 11th?
Yes.
Okay, State would move to admit State's Exhibit 10.
Any objection to that one? Thank you, so admitted.
We're gonna go through these if we can. You said, you testified earlier that you and your mom discussed having Matt drive out and that he would be either harmed or killed. Was that
Yes.
your earlier testimony?
Yes, it is.
I could show you States 10 and page 1. We can publish that for the jury, please. Okay, scroll down to the 11th, please. Okay, what is that text message? What time is that text message sent?
On the July 11th at 8:07 a.m.
And who are you talking to in this text message?
It's a text message to my mom.
Okay, and at 8:07 a.m., what do you say to your mom?
Said Matt doesn't want to drive out.
Is it fair to? Page 1 on the 11th. Good? No, you're good. Matt doesn't want to drive out. What
Correct.
is that in reference to?
Matt not wanting to drive out to Utah.
Had you been talking about it with Matt?
We had talked about me coming home.
Okay. And was one of the options for him to come get you? Did you present that to him?
I did present that to him. He wasn't keen on the idea.
Did you present that option to him prior to this message on the 11th?
Yes.
And after your conversation with your mom about what would happen if he came out?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You had the conversation a week to week and a half before he came out
Yes.
about what would happen if he came out.
Yes.
And on the 11th, you're telling your mother he doesn't want to drive out.
Correct.
So is it fair to say you were trying to get Matt to drive out to Utah?
Yes, I was.
Do you know why he was resistant to that?
I believe it was because the truck wasn't running as well as it could have. That was also part of the reason why I didn't drive the truck out to Utah.
Back on the 20th. of June.
Yes.
Go to the next message, please. Okay. What do you say next to your mom?
He's depositing money for me to rent a car.
Okay. Scroll down, please. What does she say to you?
Nope.
What did that mean to you?
That I would not be renting a car.
Okay. Scroll down, please. You read that message?
Well, we will just stay with you spraining your ankle.
She says stay with you. Had you talked about spraining your ankle prior to this?
Not literally spraining my ankle, but acting like I had sprained my ankle, my right ankle to be exact, that I could not drive a vehicle with a sprained ankle.
And you and your mom had talked about that before this text exchange.
Yes.
Okay, scroll down, please. Next, can you read that next one, please?
And just keep putting him off.
And this is all the morning of the 11th, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you had the conversation with the attorney on the evening of the 11th.
I don't recall what time I had the conversation with the attorney.
Okay, fair enough. Next one, please. She says what?
It's fine.
Okay, scroll down to the next. And what do you say in response to that?
Yep, if you deposit money, then I can use it to pay for the lawyer.
And scroll down. What does that say?
I corrected myself.
So what did you mean to say in the text above?
That he would be depositing money, then I would use it to pay for the lawyer because the lawyer was charging for the consult.
Okay. And scroll down, please. And what did your mom say in response to that?
Yes, sir.
Go to the next page.
My
What
mother's-
does your mom say there?
It would be $550 for the rental, $550 deposit, and $300 gas.
What time does she send that to you?
On the 11th at 9:25 in the morning.
And what's your response to your mom?
I'll tell him.
Is that what you did?
Yeah, I believe I copy pasted that message right into a message to him.
We could publish state 7, page 1. Is that what you're talking about right there? Is that the copy and paste?
That's exactly what it is.
Okay, what time did you send that to Matt?
At 10:03 in the morning.
So after your mom had sent it to you?
Yes.
Okay, let's go back to exhibit 10, please. Page 5. Okay. Continuing this conversation with your mom, what do you say to her?
I said, yes, he wants me to leave tomorrow.
Scroll down.
I have to make arrangements for the car today. Arrangements being in quotes,
Why'd you put it in quotes?
because I wasn't really going to make arrangements.
Scroll down, please. What's your mom say in response to that?
Can't drive with that ankle.
Okay. Again, this is the fictitious ankle that you were going to pretend sprain,
Yes.
making it so you couldn't drive to Utah or to California.
Correct.
Continue on, please. What's your response?
Exactly.
Continue.
Ouch. It hurts so bad.
Excellent.
Hmm.
And your mom says what?
I'll find some crutches.
Okay, keep going.
I know we can wrap it and make it look swollen under the wrap.
Okay, could read that next one.
I need to shower and leave in 2 minutes.
And this is from your mom to you, correct? That one was.
That one was from my mom to me, yes.
Okay, and your response?
Mama is married to them kids.
D, I have them.
In solution.
I has them. I don't know what I was.
Could that be in reference to the crutches? DI.
Oh, DI has them. Yeah. Yep. That's exactly what that is.
Okay, control that. Keep going.
I'll go get some
Go to the
crutch.
next one, please. Okay, let's pause there. If you could please, so while you're having this conversation with your mom, are you continuing to talk to Matt?
I am.
Okay, if we could show states 7, page 2. Please publish that. Okay, who's this message from?
This is from Matt to me.
And what does he tell you?
Tomorrow, Enterprise, 385 Main Street, American Fork, Toyota Corolla, $200 deposit, $182.33 rental is reserved. Pay in person with debit card at 8 a.m. All paperwork must be caped.
Okay, and what time did he send that to you?
He sent that to me at 10:59 a.m. on the 11th.
What did you do as soon as you received that message?
I copy pasted it to my mother.
Can we show, please publish states 10, page 8. Is that the message that you copy and pasted?
It is.
You guys continue to, in this text thread, continue to talk about the sprained ankle and not going back.
I believe so.
If we could please, so then what do you do with this information that Matt had given you about the enterprise?
Nothing really. I understood that having an out-of-state driver's license, I could not rent a car with a debit card. It needed to be a major credit card.
Okay. Let's go to page 12, please, of exhibit 10.
Like you already knew.
What does your mom say to you about that concept?
Wait until tomorrow to tell him.
What's your response?
Duh.
Okay. And what's her next comment that she makes?
Don't let him tell the kids. He will see them soon.
And your response?
LMFAO,
What is that an acronym for?
laughing my fucking ass off.
You could please show published Exhibit 8. Did you tell Matt on the 11th that you weren't going to be able to rent their car?
I did not tell him on the 11th that I could not rent the car. I told him on the 12th that I was not able to rent the car.
Right. You kept this idea going through the next morning, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, on state 8, can you please scroll up?
They some real
Is that your
shit.
right? Is that your last message to him on the 11th?
It seems to be yes.
Okay, what time is that?
10:16 p.m.
On the 11th of July?
Yes.
Okay, and scroll down. This appeared to be your first message to him the morning of the 12th?
Yes.
And what do you say to him?
Good morning, getting up and getting moving. Excited for today.
And what's his
Oh, you.
I am over the moon. Can't wait to hug and kiss you all.
Okay. You're continuing this idea. Is it fair to say that you're continuing this idea that you're going home today
Yes.
and that you're going to rent the car and you'll be driving home?
Yes.
We can go back to published exhibit 10, please, page 20.
Oh, a cold-hearted piece of something, ain't she?
This is
No,
back to your
give me hell.
conversation with your mom.
Yes.
Scroll down to the next one, please.
And I'm sitting here thinking, like, how you gonna rent it with a debit card? Your mama live in Utah, you live in California. I'm just sitting here thinking, like, how can you do that unless normally you gotta have a flight, right? If you do something like get some special privilege like that, like just ice in her veins, man.
Okay, so about the same time that
Oh,
Matt and you
like,
were texting,
telling you
what time is this text message between you and your mom?
so
7:54 in the morning on the 12th.
And what did she say to you?
Darn that rental place for not taking a debit card.
Okay, and the next one, what's your response to her?
I have to be more upset.
And if we could go to the page, bottom of page 21. Actually, sorry, go to the next two messages, please. Okay, skip this one, but then read that second one.
It might help your story if you say you were there and they said no.
Okay, do you do that?
Yes, I drove over to the rental car place and I walked in. I said, "Can I rent a car with a debit card and an out-of-state license, out-of-state driver's license?" The lady told me no, and I said, "Okay," and I walked out.
Did you tell her you already had a reservation?
No, I did not.
There you go. Well,
because you
let me
can't.
ask you,
You've been a member with them, so if what you say, enterprise? I don't know about enterprise.
have you previously heard an audio from the morning of the 12th of you at the home asking someone to watch your children?
Yes, I recall that.
At this time, the state would ask to admit
But it did.
11.
Walk in there and act
Action.
like that.
Thank you, so admitted.
State would move to publish states 11.
It looks like it is. Hold on. Sorry, guys. They came back on Demorris. Oh, come on. Why didn't it switch over? Hold on, y'all. Okay. Let's remove this and share again. Okay, yeah, stop screen. Share again. Are they really giving us the... There we go. Okay, let's try again.
Jury dinner?
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that you've reached a penalty phase verdict. If you could pull the verdict form over and hand it to the court deputy, please. Thank you. The verdict is in proper form, and it reads as follows. In the Circuit Court of the Ninth Judicial Circuit, Ninth Judicial Circuit of the State of Florida, and for Orange County, State of Florida versus Demorris and D. Hunter, case number 2002 CF 6796. We, the jury, find as follows as to Demorris and D. Hunter in this case. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Demorris Andy Hunter has previously been convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the fact that the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state of Florida has proven one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant the death penalty and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Demorris and D. Hunter should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 12-0 that Demorris and D. Hunter should be sentenced to death. Dated this 14th day of April 2026 in Orange County, Florida, signed by the court.
What?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask each of you about the verdict that you have just heard. I'm going to ask that you look at your badge number because I will ask this question by badge number. Do you, badge number 645, agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty?
Yes, I do, Judge.
Thank you. Juror 331. Do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty? Juror 739, do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 244, do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty? Juror 341, do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 277, do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 307, do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 414, do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 217, do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 2203, do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 40, do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 243, do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years.
Hannah, I don't think anybody thought he was innocent. I think that there were a lot of questions in there. I think that the fact that he has unalived twice before played a huge part in this. But this particular case on its own it was missing a lot in the investigation. And I'm not saying he shouldn't be at the defendant table. I'm just saying he probably shouldn't be the only one at the defendant table. That's my personal opinion. So I'm not saying he's not guilty of anything. I'm just saying that he probably shouldn't be the only one there for this particular trial, right? Now I can't say nothing for the man he took out in 85 and then the woman he took out in 2002, 2 months before this woman got taken out, right? But what I'm saying is I don't think he should be the only one there.
That a jury's deliberation.
I didn't mean to stop her because I was trying to see when the Spencer hearing. Now we know that this is the jury's recommendation. And ultimately this is going to be up to the judge. So there is still going to be another hearing, in which case the judge could possibly recommend a LWOP or go with the jury's recommendation. So we know that will be at a later date. Them butlers. Yeah, I really think the butlers. This is another one of those things where I feel like there was no reason to lie about it. To be honest, I just feel like this is probably something that got really big when it could have been explained. Just like kind of the way I feel about John O'Keefe, that what happened to him probably could have been explained in trying to protect people and lie about. It just built a mountain that you couldn't get from under. I think that's what happened to her. I really think she probably really hurt herself falling down them steps. I really think she probably was a firecracker. She slapped that man. She probably slapped him. Like I just don't think it was what was presented, but we don't know what happened and what does it look like, right? But I don't think I can imagine what's going through his head right now, but I mean, he sat through a case where he had 110 years. That was pretty much life. Now he just realizing that possibly the 110 years could be possibly shortened, but wouldn't California have more jurisdiction over him? Because technically California loaned him to Florida so they can go ahead and prosecute and have their trial, but he was already serving his time in California. So if California say we want him to do all his time and y'all can have him, what they gonna do? Send him their bones? Like I just don't know how this works. Yeah, I just don't know how this works. Let's see. She's giving them the spiel about being a juror. Okay, so they're leaving. So I'm guessing they're going to set a date for his Spencer hearing, but at the end of the day, like, yeah, the steps. You saw part of it a couple of days ago. Yeah, it was all last week, Monday through Wednesday. It was the whole trial. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday were days 1, 2, and 3.
How long do you need to prepare for the Spencer hearing?
Could we pick a date in June, Judge?
Okay. How long do you anticipate it will last?
A day.
A day? Okay. Could do Monday, June 1st.
That works for me. You can see Rich.
Yes, Your Honor, we have a tough hearing on Miller, but I think the AG can handle that.
Yes, ma'am, that'll work.
That work for you, Mr. Self?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then we will set the Spencer hearing for June 1st at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And after, I will also want sentencing memoranda from you 30 days after the Spencer hearing.
Okay, very good, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am.
And then I'll set the actual sentencing for about 30 days after that.
Okay.
All right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, very well. Then we will be in recess.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Well, there you have it. The jury has unanimously 12-0. We know in Florida they only need 8, but 12-0, they have recommended that Demorris Andy Hunter, formerly known as Mike, be put to final destination. So what they'll do now is one more hope. He can try to hope. He may not have any more hope, but they are going to have the Spencer hearing, in which case they will plead to the judge to basically the judge has the power to do the final portion of this, which will be either either to go with the recommendation of the jury for unaliving, or to go ahead and recommend an LWOP. So that will be held June 1st at 9 a.m., which will probably be right after all of this mess with Julio Fulio. Good God Almighty. And then we also have, what else do we have coming up? It was something else in June. I got to look it up. There was a couple of things set for June. All righty. So that is next step, Spencer hearing. So let's get back. That picture, you look like Denver. Oh, goodness. No, I found a picture of, let me tell y'all something that really, really look like Denver. She gonna kill me, but I told y'all one of our childhood friends. One of our childhood friends was unalived April 3rd. And so a lot of pictures, you know, from my childhood have been popping up. And somebody sent us this picture, and it's going to look really, really crazy. I probably had to be maybe in the 7th grade, maybe the 8th. But that's Tiff Ann right there, y'all, in that sweater. That's me standing over to the side. Tiff Ann looked just like Denver. The other thing is, the other reason why she looks just like Denver, because we all know that Denver puts on whatever the heck that he feels like putting on. Oh, y'all can't see? So he puts on anything. Denver does not dress for seasons or reasons, okay? He puts on whatever he's feeling at the moment. And let's see. Let's see. Can y'all see it now? Y'all see Tiff Ann? That's me over there with them clippies in my head, but Tiff Ann looks just like Denver. But also, as you can see, I have on a t-shirt. Tiff Ann has on a full-on sweater. Why? Like, just Denver. Just anything. Okay? Denver is Tiff Ann 2.0. Absolutely. 120%. She looked just like Denver. And this crazy part is now seeing some of these pictures, like I said, that are popping up from our childhood. It's It's hilarious to look at stuff like that. It's so crazy, but to look at it and remember stuff like that is so crazy. All right, so we're gonna jump back into at least two and this one is still Demorris's feed, but we'll keep going until lunch, and then I'll pop back off and fix this all up with another one. But we'll go back over to Utah and see why Kate up here telling her mama business like that, and why the heck Tracy would even test her daughter like this, because she had to show no love, that she was getting her summer walker on her whole life. I guess I'm unloyal. I guess I'm untrue, because she don't give a shit about none of y'all. She's saving her own skin.
Sorry. I need to work with him for 5 minutes, that he's going to rent a car place to make my story plausible, that I need to go over there and they need to turn me away and say, no, we cannot rent you this car because your driver's license is out of state. Thank you.
Who are you talking to?
I'm sorry, like Kevin.
Yeah, and did you ask him to watch your children while you went to the rental car agency?
Yes, I did.
Like, why was you recording everything?
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 12.
Oh, God.
You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
It appeared to be your call log from the 13th and before.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so we would admit State's Exhibit 12.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor. Thank you. Your Honor, Mr. Facemeyer and I approach. Certainly.
Thank you, Hannah.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break now. We're at the section of the testimony where there's going to be some extensive phone calls for you to listen to. We think it'd be better to have lunch, get out, move around a little bit, and come back and listen to those this afternoon. We want to start at 1:30 sharp, so be back to security enough for it that you can come up and be brought into the jury chambers before 1:30. If you're not familiar with the area, there are a lot of fast food places north and northeast, just all through here, or you can head south, but there's construction for the bridge over there to take overpass there. It's a little harder to get down there. You can also go east on Main Street, historic Main Street, and there's a whole bunch of restaurants. We'll be in recess until 1:30. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right. Mr. Brown, Mr. Matabi, Ms. Pomeroy, anything we need to put on the record before we take our lunch break?
Not from the state.
Mr. Facemeyer? All right, you're welcome to leave all your stuff in here. It will be locked up. Mr. Brown, excuse me, on behalf of Ms. Rostelli, anything you need to put on the record? All right, thank you. All right, we'll be in recess. We'll open the door about 1:15, so council can come in and start getting situated, and I'll see everybody at 1:30. Thank you. We're in recess.
All right, guys. Well, I guess I was right. Let me see. And we are all up to date. Now they're going to be back at 1:30 Mountain Time, which is in about an hour. So we will be back at, let me make sure they're on Mountain Time. Yes, I'm an hour ahead. So it's 11:30 my time. It's almost 12:30 their time. They'll be back at 1:15, 1:30. So that'd be 2:30, 3:30 Eastern Standard Time. Okay. So we'll be back at 3:15 Eastern Standard Time. And we'll jump back into this case and I'll create a new feed that is just for Miss Grist. Okay. All right, y'all. We'll see y'all in about an hour. Get something to eat. I'm ordering my popcorn now because they're not gonna take me up top. I'm ordering me chips and dip. I need some.